and we will see.
And the viewers can see us live now, not just recording.
Hopefully.
Not just sound. So if
Hopefully.
anyone is there in TV land, let us know you're seeing us.
It just popped in.
Hopefully they can see us. So good. So everybody make sure your sound's off, guys. So, and I can hear somebody's feedback. Hopefully it's not me.
It was mine.
Okay.
So, yep.
So we all work. So welcome everyone to the stream again. And this is going to be a fun day. Today we're going to be, basically going through all 64 hours one final time these last 2 days, interviewing a bunch of folks here today, and letting everyone get their last licks in here live. People have been asking me, what about 2022? When are you coming back? What's going on? I've actually been getting emails already asking, is this really the last live one of the year? And when are you doing this again? So I guess the part A, yes, this is the last one for CEwire2021 live. This is it after today.
I noticed the AOA is already looking for speakers for 2022.
Yep.
So they may monopolize. They're looking for 300 hours. I don't know if there'll be any speakers left.
Live or online at the conference?
They're doing everything.
Okay, yep. I think that's the new paradigm. People have discovered they can do this, but nobody does it better than us, Paul.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I wonder if they're going to restrict the speakers with their material. So if they soak up 300 speakers, for all these programs, what's going to be left?
Yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, right? Because the AOA itself, as a conference, is not very well attended usually, right? You get maybe a couple thousand doctors showing up total. So obviously this is their way to try to extend their reach, and we'll see how they do.
I don't think they could really tie up a doctor in terms of material. He might have to reproduce another lecture, slightly different, but they can't contract to only have him, because these guys are all over the country doing various other seminars, whether it be CECO, Vision Expos, Academy meetings, conferences like ours, etc. Right. So if not, I'll do 63 credits next year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we can worry about what everyone else is doing. We can just focus on the job that we've done, and hopefully people have liked the conference this year. It's been a long one. I mean, I say this year, but I feel like we haven't really stopped since February of 2020, right? When we first did CEwire 2020, or actually, I guess we really put the pedal to the floor the November before, right? When we opened registration. So since November 2019, we haven't really taken a break from doing this. I mean, it's just been continuous. So in one sense, I'm kind of sad that this is our last live event of the year, but on the other hand, time for a vacation and a break. So yeah.
And we do some smaller conferences also during the year. Again, there was no live events, so those smaller conferences were well attended also by outside companies.
Yep, and again, we may do one or two of those smaller ones between now and the next CEwire, which is probably going to be in February. We'll probably do one or two of those little ones, but they're not going to be like this, right? They're not going to be a general conference. It's going to be one of the, sort of a specialty conference. So be on the lookout for that if and when it happens. Cool. So why don't I put up on the screen so people can just see what's happening, because our first guest is not here yet, but he will be. We can just sort of, show people what's going on. So first and foremost, thank you to our sponsors, and don't forget to visit the exhibit hall, critically important, to get discounts from all these vendors. We're going to be interviewing a bunch of them this morning too. Luno, MacuHealth, Oculus, Innova is going to be swinging by later. So we're going to have a whole bunch of folks. Zeiss, actually, we're going to have somebody from Zeiss talking to us. And the Zeiss one's going to be interesting because the guy from Zeiss actually went to Vision Expo East last week. So we'll get a report for what that was like in person.
He was the one?
He was the one. He went. I mean, he was the victim. I was surprised they actually sent him, because he's from California. He's from the West Coast, but they flew him on out there. So we'll see.
Yeah, we said some preliminary reports. Definitely was not well attended, which we expected that pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone knew that this was not going to be, the world's most well attended event. I think Expo themselves said they had about a fifth of the audience that they usually get.
I just went into New York City last week twice for particular reasons, and I live about an hour outside of it, and it was amazing how 50, 60, 70% of the people are still wearing masks in the street.
Yep.
While in Orlando, it's totally the opposite. That's why they moved it there.
Yep. So, and I guess our big hope is that by the time Expo West rolls around in the fall, things will be more normal. The rates will be low enough that even though there's going to be outbreaks of COVID around, it'll be more flu-like, I guess, and people can worry a bit less. But who knows? We'll see what happens this summer. Hard to say. But anyway, so thanks again to our sponsors for taking part once again in CEwire this year. It's couldn't do it without them, and it's been fun having them here and learning all about their products. I've actually learned a lot this year about these different products. It's amazing how much I learned just from listening, and doing this however many times we've done it about the different products. So pretty cool stuff.
It's amazing also how they're pivoting just like the whole world is. And some of it was because of the pandemic, but some of it was just evolution, where a lot of the products we're going to be talking about have telemedicine components to it.
Yep.
And we'll talk about it later on, but it's just amazing how the timing was perfect for the technology and the unfortunate pandemic to show up. Is that our guest?
Yep, I'm not seeing him yet, so...
Well, we tell him a little bit later, so
so he'll get here.
He's complying.
So again, today's the final live event today and tomorrow. So if you're watching this, thank you for being here and get into the classroom. Don't listen to us. Again, you can plan your day by downloading the course schedule at CEwire2021.com, and you can't be in two places at once if you want your credits. So pick your talk and sit there, and you'll get credits generated automatically. Remember that there's no quiz if you show up live, so that's a good thing. Also remember that Arbo is running way behind in getting your credits uploaded. So even if at the end of the weekend, like on Monday, I'll collect everybody's credits and send them to Arbo, you can expect that it's going to take them weeks before they actually put your credits into the system. So hopefully you're not in a rush. This is just the way they are these days at Arbo, and they're doing their best. What's funny is sometimes they surprise me where I'll think it'll take 3 weeks, but for whatever reason, certain ones, when I'll send them in, will be up in a few days. So it feels almost random to me as to how long it takes to get something in there, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. So.
A little shout out that you don't know, Tammy Petrosian is very pregnant, and this weekend there could have been a potential, things happening. She emailed me this morning that she'll be at her lecture and everything's fine. No baby yet, but it's coming hopefully on Monday.
Wow. So I hope you reiterated to her that CEwire is not that important.
Yes. Well, she was going to get somebody to cover her lecture who knows amblyopia and binocular vision, but she'll be there.
That's hilarious. Wow. Talk about dedication. I don't want to hear anyone make an excuse again for why they can't come to their lecture.
Yes.
God. All right. Well, anyway, thank you to our sponsors. Please visit them. And Rich isn't here yet, so I can just maybe quickly talk about our sponsors just for a second. So if he gets here, I'll let him into the room and we'll go from there. Yeah. So Lunar Technology is a platinum sponsor of the conference. Thank you to them for sponsoring CEwire this year. We've done a lot of work with them this year. You can see up on the screen, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of interviews with them. So you can see Dr. Gersten and Melissa Renfro are going to be here. We're going to talk to Dr. Rasa and Dan, who's actually the president of the company. Then tomorrow we're going to talk to Greg O'Connor and James Walker. And these are all, Greg was a guy we just did a webinar with a few weeks ago. We're going to replay that webinar during our break today so people can see it again about his office that he opened, his second location, or third, his latest office in Malibu, and how he uses the technology to automate it. So it's pretty cool stuff. And then finally, we're going to also be speaking with Michelle Hoff. Now, Michelle is a doctor at UC Berkeley, and she also does consulting. And I see Rich Madonna is here. Let me let him in. Let me see if he's there. And let's see if his mic is on. And connecting to audio, connecting there. That sounds like it's so. Rich, are you there?
Hi, Dr. Madonna.
I am here. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Hang on, let me just set my screen up a little bit differently.
Yep.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, what a nice background you have there. Perfect.
I figured, what the heck? I feel like I'm on 42nd Street. And I also like the Yankee background that you have there. It's been a tough year so far.
Yes,
wait.
well, I'm trying to, I'm embarrassed, but I did put it up, yes.
Yeah,
Actually,
I like that.
I was trying to find a way to get Zoom actually to take it down automatically. So there you go. So
Is that a Met fan? Talking?
yeah, Mets
Red Sox
fan, Mets fan. So I see that it sets my teeth on edge. But what am I going to do? So anyway, Rich,
Go ahead.
so thank you for being here this morning. I mean, it's always great to have you back. And
Thank you.
And your
Appreciate it.
lecture this year, has been a huge hit. In fact, I shared with the speakers. I'm sure you got the email that I have your performance reviews. So I'll be sending those out to you as soon as
Looking for a raise.
as soon as the weekend's over. So basically, this is where COPE requires us to actually collect this data, and where people give feedback. And on our form, I make it so that there are very few multiple choice questions or scale questions, but then there's a big qualitative section, just like tell me whatever you want about the speaker. So I give you the
That's a little scary, I have to be honest with you, but okay.
give you the real feedback, right, instead of just numbers. So anyway, you'll be getting that. But
before we start the formal part, tell us a little bit about SUNY and the how you managed last year as far as teaching the students, etc.
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Farkas. We had to go from live to essentially 100% virtual in a week's period, 10-day period. From the standpoint of the classroom, that was relatively easy because we just went to a complete virtual format. Laboratories were trickier. The hands-on laboratories became not so hands-on. So those had to be done virtually, and we left a few things over for when the students returned live. So for instance, some of the procedure type things, some of them we had to save until they came back. Some thankfully it was March, so they were pretty well along in the academic year. Obviously the big thing was the class. So we were shut down that was March. So I think we started ramping back up a little bit in May. We also had to take our externships into account, and those came back online at a variety of times. So essentially what we did was we took a hands-on clinical program and made it into a virtual one. Students rotated in essentially the same clinics they would have been live, but we ran cases essentially. So for instance, in my glaucoma clinic, rather than it being live, the same students plus some others, some of the externships were added on. I'd present a case. We did it a few different ways. I might present a case and have the students think through it and give me their thoughts, or they got a case and had to present it as if it was in the clinic, and we discussed it. So from the standpoint of case management, I think the students might even have gotten a little bit more. But obviously the face-to-face was much more difficult.
Right.
And in retrospect, the class of 2020, who we were most worried about because they were closest to graduation, it was probably easiest on them, although it was difficult. It was the following class, the class of 2021, the one that just graduated, who were in the third year at the time. They lost a chunk right there at the end of their third year, which I think is really a time when students grow. And now the class that was in the second year has just come forward into fourth year. And I think, we're finding that they didn't have as much experience. I don't want to say that they're at a different level. They're at different places in terms of their thinking versus their hands-on. And I think at the end of the day, what we saw last year was that the students who graduated were probably, at least based upon the evaluations of our externships and our internal faculty, about at the same place. Although I'm not sure they thought so, quite frankly.
How'd they do, Rich, on the national boards with respect to previous years? Did it affect
Yeah,
them at
that's
all?
an interesting one. Part 3 has been kind of I don't want to say a crapshoot, but it's been, Part 3 has really been up and down, I think, for many schools, including us. But it's not much different, or wasn't much different than it's been, or part one scores remain good or part two scores remain good. And that kind of makes sense, because I think those exams, they probably would have more time to study for them. But the downside was it got canceled a few times. Both part one, part three got canceled, and that affected them as well. So it's been quite a year.
Seeing a SUNY sign brings me, I'm one of the last living graduates of Columbia University.
I am aware of that, actually.
I don't think anyone has left, but I recall because I'm going to ask you the question, but I got to preface it, that I remember our contact lens clinic. The professor was Isidore Finkelstein, who was a very well-known person then. And our contact lens course was a scleral lens patient who had keratoconus, who was passed down from class to class. He never was cured. So he always came back. So my question to you is, do you have some glaucoma patients that keep coming back for follow-up treatment year to year that the students teach? Or do you get them out of there and have new glaucoma patients?
Oh, well, I came back to SUNY. I was at the VA for 10 years after also being in private practice. I came back to SUNY in 99. And I've had patients who have been with me since 99.
Yeah.
So, based on the disease itself, you're going to see patients 3-4 times a year. So I know these patients. I've seen them probably over 100 times.
Yeah.
And it helps in education, because when you're dealing with a chronic disease, as you well know, it's important to know the person, not just the disease. And so the way I've always worked that with students is that we have a pre-meeting before patient care begins, and it's just as much to give them a sense of who they're going to see, as well as the case, the disease process. And I think that's so important. So, yeah, I mean, when you think of ongoing care for chronic conditions, I think that's a rich learning experience for our students, as long as you give them that background. So, the case you saw with Dr. Finkelstein, or the case now, I think there's many similarities there.
Rich, I think I did a VT case, my first patient ever, in the early 80s. I graduated from SUNY, and I think that child is still there now in the VT department. And the record is about like this now.
Well, now it's not, because it's all electronic.
Right.
But I get the point. And those convergence insufficiencies take a long time.
They take a long time.
Well, there's a funny story. I saw this young woman, this is more than a decade ago. I saw her walking down the hall. I said, she looks so familiar. She's a very tall woman. She had Marfan syndrome. And I remembered I saw her as a student. So I looked back, and sure enough, 1984, there was Madonna's name on her chart, and she kind of remembered me, which was interesting as well. So, yeah. So when you're at a place for a long time, you certainly develop those relationships and so forth.
We know your wheelhouse is glaucoma, and your lectures about IOP and how it's important and not important. You want to start off by just explaining what you mean about IOP not being the end all of it, and what's going on?
Really, more specifically, the object of the course, there's kind of two objectives. One is to get doctors to think about the fact that Goldman tonometry, not just necessarily IOP, but Goldman tonometry, something that's so fundamental to what we do. And, you take it, you look at it, okay, you get a number and you move on. But I think it's important for doctors to always remember that Goldman is not perfect. It's far from perfect. And Hans Goldman, when he invented the tonometer in 1957, made it very clear that it's not perfect. And so I think we have to think of that single number we get and put it into the context of all of the flaws that are inherent to Goldman, even though Goldman's not going to go away, that's for sure. And then I guess the other objective is to recognize that there are probably better ways to measure intraocular pressure. Some of those are on the market. Some may be in the future. Some may never make it to market. But they try to get at some of these flaws that are part of Goldman. And I guess I should add this, the other objective is to just recognize how to best use Goldman, because that, as I say, it's not going away. Best use Goldman in your patient care. Not thinking of that measurement of 16 as 16.00000, but recognize that there's variability in the measurement. There's diurnal fluctuation, which everybody knows. And that Goldman, although certainly is a good predictor, a reasonably good predictor of who's going to develop glaucoma and who's going to progress, reasonably good, there are probably better things out there. So I think that's kind of the whole package when I think about why I put this course together.
And even with the fantastic IOP measurement that you may get with the various hysteresis or pachymetry and corrections, we're only attacking IOP, and there's a lot of other things involved in glaucoma.
No question.
Even vitamin B3 now and some other things, but IOP is the way we're attacking it, but it's, as you know, a neurodegenerative disease. And I would love to be able to measure, instead of Goldman and the cerebral spinal fluid pressure, for example.
Yeah, which is, I get to very briefly at the end. If it was a 2-hour course, we probably could have gotten into that. But yeah, I mean, really the pressure that we're most interested in, and I do touch on this at the end, it wasn't really the main focus of the course, was translaminar cribrosa pressure differential. That's really the pressure that's most important. It's the internal eye pressure on the inside of the eye and the cerebral spinal fluid pressure behind the optic nerve, and that's the pressure that the lamina is under. And so if that pressure differential is higher, then the lamina is more apt to change and you're more apt to get cupping. The flip side, of course, is if the cerebrospinal fluid pressure goes up, as it does with, brain tumor or space flight, it'll push the optic nerve in the other direction and the optic nerve swells. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get to a point, or we'll get to a point soon, where we're able to easily measure cerebrospinal fluid pressure in the clinic to get at that, but we know that it's an important parameter.
Hey, Rich, I got a question. I got a history question for you. So this you may or may not know the answer to. Before Goldman came up with his invention, how was this even measured, or what clinically did people use, or was this just sort of a mystery? Was Goldman?
Dr. Farkas, you want to answer that one?
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. This is why you're here, right? So maybe you could step in and tell us.
It was something that would look like a plunger.
Yeah, so the shiatsonometer.
And you threw them on their back, and you weren't allowed to use anesthetic in those days, but you snuck it in. You had
I think I might have used the shiats once. I'm not even sure if I did. And then we had a McKay-Mark tonometer.
Yes.
And we had, I know at SUNY around that time, we used that periodically, and the NCT came out. So and then you also had this
digital fingers.
Right. You had digital tonometry. So yeah, I'm sure there were other ways that we probably don't want to talk about.
Remember, there's a test called tomography, where you have the patient lay down, you put various weights on, and you determine some sort of outflow number. I saw it 2 or 3 times. I never used it, obviously, in practice. But
it would be great if there were a lot of easy devices to use. And in fact, the Falk device that's out there now is measuring tonography. So, that may become something that we start to bring into what we do, because it would be nice to see, let's say, if we add a glaucoma drug and notice that outflow improves, because then we would anticipate also that pressure is going to go down as well. But there may be other ways that, pressure is going down, the scleral outflow rather than the
but there was no real problem, because basically a lot of people died of broken hearts in their 40s and 50s. So they didn't live too long. So the glaucoma didn't last.
Yeah.
At SUNY, Rich, do you have any trouble prescribing the newer drugs that might be really expensive, Vyzulta, Ropressa, et cetera? Do you have to go to the more basic stuff because of the limitations of the Medicaid system, for example?
Sure. Probably a pretty
Okay.
easy answer.
Yeah.
Like everyone else, the newer drugs, their coverage is different. Their co-pays are higher. So yeah, like everyone else, we are dealing with the same insurance systems, and as such, you have to massage the way that you care for your patients. We still always try for what we think is the best approach, but I think at SUNY, when you're in the glaucoma clinic, I don't think it's that much different than it is in private offices. Because again, we prescribe a lot of medication and we're dealing with the same system.
One question I have: when does an optometrist punt to a specialized ophthalmologist?
Yeah, that's. I think, regardless of condition and regardless of whether it's an optometrist, a general ophthalmologist, I think you should practice to what you're comfortable with, and then ask for help when you need it. Now, for me, for instance, I'm fairly comfortable with most adult glaucoma, but I can't put my finger on a laser. I can't use a laser, and I'm not a surgeon. So obviously I'm going to need help there. Most medical cases, I think I can handle well, but there's the occasional case where you're saying, geez, what is going on here? And it's always nice to get another opinion. But I think I'm going down a different rabbit hole here. But as I end my career, one thing I would really like to see is optometrists managing glaucoma further along the spectrum of the disease. We know that 90% of the glaucoma scripts are written by 10% of the optometrists. And we know that I think many optometrists are comfortable with prostaglandins and prescribing initial therapy with a prostaglandin, and then kind of drop away as the disease changes and there's a need for more medications. So I know that wasn't really what you asked. The first part of my answer was, but the second part was a little bit different. So what I'd like to see is optometrists ask for help when they think they need it, but I'd also like to see them get more comfortable, because there's plenty of education out there, get more comfortable in managing medical glaucoma until it's not medical glaucoma anymore. And even then, they should be part of the management, because like we said before, these patients are with you a long time. They're very comfortable with you. So if you have to send for a laser or even surgery, oftentimes you can bring those patients back.
I totally agree with you, Rich. And that's a problem I think Paul and I always talk about, that we say, thank God for average, because we were both successful because we weren't average. And why? Because I got a great education. Let's face it, you had to learn things as we went because things changed. And they're getting a great education at SUNY, yet still 10% of the scripts. And do the professors profess, hey, come on, what you're just saying, let's treat these people?
Absolutely. As a department chair for clinical education, I know exactly what our students are learning. And I know they have the basic skills to go out there and manage glaucoma. That doesn't mean that you can't, that you have every skill, and you've got to be able to learn. You guys have a great program here, and there's tons of continuing education so that you're able to increase and improve your skills. But as you well know, it's a lot of this is experience, and you can't gain the experience, be it fitting a scleral contact lens, be it doing vision therapy or working with a head trauma patient, or seeing glaucoma patients. You got to see them, and you've got to prescribe for them, and you've got to see what happens in real life. And I think that's where I think I'd love to see more optometrists hang in there for a longer period. This is, again, a slow move. In most people, it's a slow moving disease. People do go blind from glaucoma, but most don't go blind quick.
Right. And Rich, we're running out of time here, but I want to just give you a plug. So I'm going to put up on the screen for people who can see it at home. I'm going to plug your lecture one more time. So 2 p.m. 2 p.m. today, virtual room 3. So Beyond Goldman Tonometry, Advances in Measuring and Interpreting IOP. So hopefully people will show up and watch. I always love talks like this, right, which are a little bit provocative, right? They're sort of pushing the envelope, and I really like
Yeah,
that. So thank you for doing it.
That's exactly right. So thanks, I appreciate it. And again, I will offer my email. It'll be in the chat room and at the end of the talk. So if you don't want to add anything to the chat, just send me an email. I'd love to chat about those sorts of things.
Great. All right. Well, Rich, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all you do
you.
and what you're doing for education and what you're doing for the profession. Thanks so much.
Same to you.
Bye, guys.
Okay.
Oh, that was interesting.
Yep. So,
he's known as one of the better professors at SUNY. He always comes up, top of the line in terms of his approach also.
Yeah, his ratings are good. I mean, I can tell you because I collect all of them here, and I always love his talks because they're always interesting, right? It's not just the same old stuff. So something fundamental like this you usually don't get, right? Because I guess Goldman, for most people who are of a certain age, right, younger folks, this is just it's always been, right? It's just a device that's always existed, and this is how you measure IOP. But I like how he took a broader approach. This isn't the be all end all. So, okay.
It's
so
interesting that the Goldman is only from 1957.
Yeah, but for all of us, I mean,
it wasn't available when I was in school.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like for the rest of us, it's sort of like oxygen, right?
It's
Like it's just always been there. So. Oh my God.
Yeah.
1957. No.
Well,
all right,
I wasn't
guys,
kidding. I don't know. I don't know how many people. I graduated from Columbia with the MS degree in 1955. I don't know how many people are still alive.
Do you actually want to know?
That graduating class. The average graduate then was 22 because it was only a 3-year course.
They're still kicking.
But it's a lot of years ago. So unless you have good genes, you're not around anymore.
Yeah. Well, guys, our next guests are here, so why don't I let them in and we can get rolling. So admit all. I will do that. And let's see if they are here. And they are connecting. I believe they are connecting. So I think I see Jeff and I see Melissa. Hey, you guys there?
I'm here.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. How are you doing?
Doing well. And I think Melissa's here too. I think she's getting her audio joined. Melissa, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Awesome. Oh, and you got the awesome background again.
Thank you.
It's like your trademark.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. So, well, thank you guys for coming out this morning and participating. So, this is the last time we're doing this year. So it's sort of bittersweet.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's we've done this now. I don't know how many times over the past 16 or 18 months. It's been a lot, but I'm always grateful for you guys coming on out, time and again, and taking your weekend to do this. So thank you for doing it.
Sure.
So, maybe we could just talk a little bit today. Jeff, you have a practice out in Kansas, right? And maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your practice and how it's operated, and basically how things have gone for you over the past year and a half.
Yeah. So the practice I'm in, it's a ODMD practice, 2 offices, but we're basically a primary care practice, seeing mostly what most people would say are routine exams, although as we know, most or very oftentimes routine is not routine. And really over the last year and a half, we've been pretty fortunate, I think, like a lot of colleagues, that things have actually gone pretty well despite a brief period of shutdown. And I would tell you that one of the things that's really helped us to keep things going pretty smoothly is integration of technology. And that the more technology we can have, it allows us to be a lot more efficient and I think have better outcomes and happier patients. So I think it's really come into light how important good technology is right now.
Absolutely. And so your office is actually really tech forward, and you have a whole bunch of equipment, and I can actually put up on the screen. You guys can't see it, but the folks at home can. Just talking about the different devices that you have there. We actually did a talk together, right, recently, all about what you do and how you do it. So maybe we could speak to that a little bit about, what it is that you've implemented in your practice and how it's helped.
Yeah. So, I think a couple things. One of the things that we've started doing over the last year and a half is for anyone coming in for routine exam, we're automatically doing ultra wide field imaging of the retina, just because of how much that speeds things up and how great of a view it gives. I think that you can't understate the value of a really good autorefractor. And I think going a step beyond just saying autorefractor, I would say a multimodality instrument, something that gives you not just autorefraction, but Ks and topography and pachymetry and other corneal measurements, and just a whole host of different basically instruments all in one. And so that's been super helpful. And I've really enjoyed using digital phoropter because one, I think it's really efficient and easy to use, but also because if we're worried about distancing, it's easy to be sitting on the other side of the room, and it's actually kind of relaxing to be able to refract from a tablet instead of always reaching up to the phoropter. So I would say those are some of the things that have been really, really helpful in particular.
Right. Jeff, do you defer refraction to some technicians, or do you do it yourself?
Yeah, so it depends. So in general, the technicians are doing refractions, but at the very least, I check it on everybody. And there's some people that I'm the only one doing the refraction, so it's kind of a mixed bag. But yeah, again, that makes it, to your point, that makes it go even more efficiently. When we get a really good auto refraction, then the technician, it doesn't take more than a couple of minutes to refract, and then by the time it gets to me, it's essentially done.
Yep. I've always said that optometry has evolved since I graduated from being a data collector to a data analyzer at this point in time. We don't have to spin dials as much as just interpret them. That's great.
Yeah, I'd agree. And I think the example of that is, once while my patients are coming in, they get an auto refraction done. While they're being auto refracted, the technician just pivots to the side and puts their current pair of glasses on an auto lensometer. And so I have both those readings before they're ever in the exam room. And then if the technician does a refraction, I have that. So to your point, I have 3 pieces of data to analyze before I ever even do a refraction. And, so when you put those things together, it makes it very easy to make good decisions.
Yep.
You're getting all the other data first also, the pachymetry, et cetera, thrown into EMR even before you see the patient?
Yeah. So it's all already there. And and the beauty of the autorefractor that we're using, the VX130 by Visionix, is that it captures all that. And so just with one press of a button, we have autorefraction, topography, pachymetry, Ks. It actually does a mesopic autorefraction also. So we've got all these things right off the bat.
So, Jeff, my big question for a lot of the doctors out there, we've been looking at these technologies over the past year. There's a psychological barrier that some people have. And I wonder if you could speak to that. A lot of people feel like refraction and sort of the one area, right, where it's very hands-on, it's what you do. And a lot of people have a difficult time just letting it go psychologically. Maybe you could speak to that the first time that you just, sort of thought, okay, this is okay. I'm fine with this.
Yeah. So I guess the first thing I would tell you is it's awesome. It's really awesome to be able to pass that part of the exam on and focus more on the more medical part of it, the eye health part of it. But I totally understand the mindset. And what I would tell you is I haven't totally passed it on, because I don't have any patients that walk out with a prescription that I haven't at least checked the refraction. So having a technician do a refraction is minimally different than having an autorefractor. I would imagine that, 30, 40 years ago, when people were still not really used to using autorefractors, it was the same mentality there. I can't use this. I have to use my retinoscope. And which now most of us would say, well, why wouldn't you use an autorefractor? And so I would just say the same thing. If you had the opportunity to use a technician for doing refractions, why wouldn't you do that? And then sure, you can check it. And there may be difficult patients that you choose to take on yourself without the help of a technician. But it's a very almost liberating thing. And it's incredible how much it helps your efficiency.
Yep. I almost wonder, like the first pilots who actually walked into a plane with a glass cockpit, they must have been, sort of feeling the same kind of feeling, right? A little bit like, okay, well, I'm not, doing this anymore. I'm just kind of, accepting the data that's coming at me. And I wonder if it's the same kind of feeling.
Yeah. It really kind of is, because to your point, and I think Steve put it really well, that we become data analyzers instead of just collectors. And I think it's I wouldn't say we need to accept that. I would say we need to embrace that.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, and not to mention, as coming from the tech side, because I teched in a big LASIK cataract, I mean, it empowers the tech to be able to take more ownership of what they're doing and hopefully help with retention of keeping your staff because they feel more valued.
That's a great point.
And there's really no problem with patient acceptance. It becomes the norm. They're used to nurses, ancillary personnel doing all these tests, and the doctor coming in and telling them, well, this is how we're going to handle your case. It's the paradigm for regular medicine.
Yeah, that's a great point, because when I walk in the room, oftentimes they'll refer to the techs as my nurse, and they'll say, "Oh, your nurse did this," and so you're right. I mean, it's a very accepted thing. And to Melissa's point, I think it really does empower the rest of your staff, and it creates more teamwork amongst everybody.
Right. And so, Jeff, after you've analyzed all the data now, you don't have to deal with sort of the minutia anymore of actually, getting these readings. What is it that you're doing with patients differently in terms of, educating them once you have all this huge, massive data in front of you? Are you, showing them all the stuff? Because obviously it's on tablets, right? It's right in front of you. You can show people everything. Are you actually educating them with the, devices directly, or what do you sort of see your role as?
Yeah, I think I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Our role turns into data analyzer and educator. And so, yeah, I do sometimes share different pieces of the information with patients. For example, on the autorefractor we use, the Visionix VX130, one of the things that it does is it shows a kind of simulation of what the vision looks like without correction, and then what it looks like with the correction. And so I can show people, well, this is how you're seeing now, and this is what we could get you to see. And you can kind of compare the two. So I'd like to show things like that make it much more practical for patients. And then the other thing that's very easy to do when you're using a digital phoropter with the press of a button is press one button and say, well, here's what your current glasses are. And then press the next button and say, here's what I think it should be based on what we gathered today. And so it makes acceptance of the new prescription and then going to get glasses a much easier process, because they can very easily see it's no longer, well, you've had a little bit of change. It's just very easy to show this is the change you've had.
I know you have
I have a question for Melissa. When the staff comes in and they're a blank slate, they know nothing about optometry, they know nothing about eyes, how long does it take to have a fairly bright person get to the level where you trust them to do the basic workups?
Well, so the 130 that Dr. Gerson has, and he also has our 40, which is our lens analyzer, they're totally automated. So literally they put the glasses in and they push one button. It's reading the glasses. They're taking the patient over to the 130. They literally type in their first name, last name, date of birth. They get the eye centered with the chin rest, and then they push go, and then the device does it all. So then all the tech really needs to do is literally keep the patient engaged. So I just, give them a cheat sheet verbiage on what to say on what each part of what the patient's looking at. And I make them sit behind the device so they see it firsthand too. And actually in one day on the 100 series, I can get a tech up and running it, by the end of the day, they're comfortable. They just have to get used to the verbiage, and make sure that the patient's keeping their forehead up against the bar. And then the lens analyzer is a no-brainer. I mean, it's super easy.
So if a patient asks one of these technicians, oh, you said I have astigmatism, what is that? How long does it take until this technician can actually explain it to a patient that they'll understand astigmatism?
Right. So for customers now, Dr. Gerson doesn't have the iRefract, but like Dr. Rasa has an iRefract, Dr. O'Connor, who you guys have talked to, it usually takes us about 3 days with the iRefract, which is a little beyond the digital phoropter. The tech is actually running it through a quick pro mode. And that one, we have like little cheat sheets to kind of tell the techs what myopia, hyperopia, astigmatism is. But then I leave, after those 3 days, I leave it to the doctors to do more education on what they want their techs to say, because, that's not my part. That's up to, Dr. Gerson, Dr. Rasa, to decide what they want their text to say. So
I think you're right, Melissa. If the more you give them, you have to have confidence that they know what they're talking about. So at first, say nothing is probably the best thing, and let us analyze it. Then, as they progress, they can get more comfortable doing it. Do you have a dry part to the Vizex, your particular machine? Yeah, and so you can start the conversation before even putting fluorescein in, etc., about dry eye for a patient that might not have even occurred. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yeah, well, so mine doesn't have the
Okay.
dry module.
So
what it does have though is it shows basically it has a chart to show lens opacity. And so I'll have text coming to me saying, I got this auto refraction, but I didn't spend too much time refracting them because I saw that it looks like they have a cataract, which that's a tremendous time saver.
But Melissa, could you speak to the other point? Because I know we had a big dry eye practice, and if you could start the conversation before touching the patient and before they elicit symptoms, that's just great. So what exactly does it do?
Yeah, so it's the VX120 that is our device that actually has a dry eye component. It does non-invasive tear breakup time. It measures tear meniscus, and it takes external photos. So, and that's in addition to everything that like the 130 that Dr. Gerson has. So it still does refraction day and night, pupils day and night, Ks, pachymetry, non-contact tonometer, Ks, all that. So you get all of that plus the dry eye component. So, and it just depends, like your practice, that would have been a better fit. But for Dr. Gerson, because he's OD/MD, the 130 is a better fit.
Sure. I'm curious about one last thing. You mentioned it does a mesoptic prescription. Do you sometimes actually prescribe 2RXs for bright illumination and dark illumination? Talk to that, because that's really cool stuff.
Yeah. So, to be honest, it's not very often, but occasionally do, because we all have those patients that come in and have real complaints of, boy, when I'm driving at night, I just don't see as well as when I'm driving during the day. And we know that oftentimes people are a little bit more myopic at night. And so this is a way to quantify that. And so I do have a couple patients that will say, you know what, let's have you get a second pair that you can wear, if it's someone that does a lot of nighttime driving, let's have a second pair that you can wear when you're driving at night. So, and to be able to show them that difference and that, hey, this machine picks it up because, and, kind of go through that and explain, it makes a difference.
That's great.
Yep. And I got one final question from Melissa. Melissa, your job as the clinical application specialist is to go around to people's offices and set these systems up and train staff and so forth. So you have been on the front line during this past 18 months. What have you seen? You have an eagle eye view of what's going on in practices all around the country. What have you seen in terms of people reopening and getting back up to speed and the equipment that they're implementing?
Well, I can tell you, like Dr. Gerson and Dr. Jones, who we've talked to, they like it because of the tablet-driven digital refraction technology. So like Dr. Gerson actually had a photo where he had his feet up while he was refracting in the webinar he did with you, which I like that, and it gives you a great deal of flexibility, and like Jordan, I know is right now, because he has two offices, he'll remote into the Chicago office if Dr. Natalie needs help, because they just switched over to the VX65s, which is the digital fluoropter that Dr. Gerson has, and then I've got Dr. Rasa, who you guys are, I think, talking to tomorrow, and she has our 100 series and the iRefract literally set up in one room, and they do all that data collection, and she uses that to do her cold starts. So literally she's in a different location, and she's getting all that data and then seeing the patient on a HIPAA compliant telehealth visit. And then Dr. O'Connor uses our devices. He's got the 100 and the iRefract, and he delegates all his refraction to the technicians now and empowers them. So, and then we've got some practices who are putting our Nexi in PCP's office, and their technicians or nurses run all the diabetics, and we're trying to drive those diabetics into, to see Dr. Gerson, and so we can get them taken care of. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that that I'm seeing that's going on. So
that's a great idea with the
I have
PCP.
a question about how these instruments pay for themselves. Do you find that once you start automating, are you seeing more patients per hour because you have the technicians doing backup, or you're taking that extra time to speak to patients about their problems?
Yeah, so I would tell you for me that I'm just spending more time with the patients, talking to them, or and usually it's about more medical things, to be honest. So if you ask me, do I see more patients per hour? I would say by using a digital phoropter, I don't see more per hour, but it does make it more efficient, so I can talk about other things. As far as the autorefractor, though, that I think has the potential to allow you to see more patients just because of everything that's integrated into one device. That, and then the automated lens analyzer, because we always think of it's going to be the technician that's checking someone's glasses. And we think of it as, because we think of a more traditional lensometer, but the digital lens analyzer or digital lensometer, it could be sitting at the front desk and you can have your front desk person do it. I mean, it's so easy to do that's another area where I think that people overlook that they could save time.
Right.
Yep. And Dad, I think what we've noticed over these, all these interviews that we've done, we've actually seen how different practice modalities can work, and either choose to go, for the heavy education route or also increase throughput. You look at Dr. Ross's offices, right? I think she's up to something ridiculous, like 12 offices or something?
13.
13. Okay. Every time we do this, there's another one. So she's taken the technology and used it in a different direction, say, than Jeff or even Dr. O'Connor, right? So it's very interesting how you can take different pieces of the technology and use it in different ways.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, and the thing is, we want the doctors, reach out, come do a demo with us. I mean, my sales team have ROI calculators to help doctors figure out how they're going to pay for it. Like if it's adding another patient per hour, and different things. And we can show them because everybody is different. I mean, like, Dr. Gerson has the 130, the 40, and the 65, but Rasa has the iRefract, and one of the 100 series. So, I mean, it just depends on what, fits your needs best, and we definitely want to work with you, everybody, all the doctors, to make sure you get the right, options for your space.
It's also,
I was gonna say the one other thing that I want to point out real quick that's not a high tech thing, but it has made a huge difference is at the office where I primarily work, all of our slit lamps are from Visionics as well. The slit lamps have incredible optics. And I know that sounds, well, that's not really that high tech. Why would you even bring that up? I mean, we used to have really high dollar other brand name slit lamps, and the ophthalmologist saw the one that I was using in the room where we had just the one. And they said, well, we want to switch all of ours out to that. And it may sound like a silly little point, but man, with the slit lamp with optics that are as sharp and as incredible, it's just another way that it helps you do a better job. So I know we're talking about more high-tech stuff, but I wanted to at least throw that out there because the slit lamps are fantastic.
And Melissa, there's another, and Jeff, there's another aspect. When they go into an office like yours and they see all this technology, thinking about seeing an extra patient a day, just the wow factor alone is going to generate referrals from both patients and from other doctors. So that's a big factor.
I agree. People are oftentimes just blown away by all the technology. Now, sometimes people think that just, they'll look in your exam room, even with a traditional phoropter or just a slit lamp, and they'll say, wow, that looks new. And they may not realize whether it's high tech or not. But yeah, when there's so much automation, people absolutely recognize that.
Absolutely. So before we let you guys go, I just want to remind everyone, I'm going to put it up on the screen here so people can see it, that, Melissa mentioned booking a demo. Definitely do it, because now if you do, you're also going to be entered into a drawing for a VX40. So I can't believe you guys are actually giving one of these things away.
That's true. Yeah.
So everyone, just all you have to do is go to lunotechusa.com/CEwire and click book virtual demo, and you can see all the stuff in action online, and you'll be entered into this drawing. So pretty cool stuff. So Melissa, thank you for that.
And also they are exhibiting. They can visit the exhibit hall that we have.
That is true. Absolutely. Yes. So visit the exhibit hall and you can actually go in there and see all this. And again, book a demo there as well. So you can, get a real sort of live demo of what this is like. And thank goodness we have the internet to do this for us now, right? I don't know how we would have survived without it over the last 18 months, but you can actually see a lot of the equipment in action, right online. It's very easy. So definitely, go check it out. Cool. All right. Well, Jeff, Melissa, thank you so much for being here today. And, hopefully, we've educated some folks on the equipment, but I'm sure if people have any questions, we'll bring it up on ODwire and we can talk more there.
Sounds good.
It was great information. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
guys. Bye.
All right, bye.
All righty. Cool stuff. And I'll put it up on the screen one more time so people can see it here. To go to a virtual demo and you'd be entered to win a VX40. So
I love the high-tech stuff. It's like a kid in the candy shop if I had to purchase this stuff now, Jeff. And they didn't even discuss. I wrote articles on return on investment that the first 2 years are paid for by your 179 election between your tax savings,
right.
et cetera. So really, people are crazy. I can't understand how 1/3 or so less of ODs have OCTs. I just don't understand it.
Isn't it?
I was using a Marco a digital refractor in
Yeah.
1996, and we now have 3 in our office. And that original one, I think it was the 1200, is still working. They just don't break. And my ergonomics, I had a good back for many years.
Yeah.
And I just don't understand how some ODs think. And you're obviously not one of them. And it just when you get that new piece of equipment, and even after you have it for a year or 2 or 3, patients still appreciate it when they come in. And when you start analyzing things, it's just a great time to be an optometrist, I think.
It is. To your point about people being slow to adopt, what's interesting is when you talk to these companies about their acceptance of products in Europe and other places, digital phoropters are more the standard in other parts of the world versus here where we're just so slow to adopt. It's kind of funny to talk about that.
Yeah. Maybe the schools don't have the money to purchase them, so the students get familiar with the knives and bearskins of the 1950s, and they're still using them.
Yeah.
Except they're not peach and green.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
at least the colors are better.
It's actually interesting. You could put together a whole lecture on the ways in which the U.S. healthcare system is behind the rest of the world. That would be a CE lecture I'd actually like to sit through. Seriously, because there are so many ways where we don't even think about it. We're blind to it. And the other one that comes immediately to mind is daily wear disposable lenses, right?
Yeah.
You look at a place like Asia, they think you're crazy if you're not using them. But here, the acceptance is still so low. And you just wonder, what is this disconnect, and do people even realize it's happening?
Yeah, you're right. It's interesting. There are a lot of ways. We're privileged to be ahead in so many ways, but we're also in so many ways so far behind.
Yep.
You're still masked in the office, I assume.
Well, yeah.
Unfortunately,
some of our patients don't like it, and it's getting harder. It's getting harder.
At some level, it almost becomes like theater, right? If you know the person that you're with is fully vaccinated and you're fully vaccinated, it's like, do we really need to do this? This doesn't, but you can never really tell, right? Who is and who isn't.
Yeah, you can't tell. And what I've been telling patients is, look, I trust that you're vaccinated and I am too, but I just don't know about whoever else is in the office or how they may be they may not have been vaccinated or they may be worried. So for their sake, we'll keep it on. But yeah, we're getting some real pushback.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're used to it, though.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. Well, Jeff, thanks for being here, and it's always fun, and hopefully we'll actually see you in person eventually.
Yep.
That would be good. Right? I have to tell you, I was at Vision Expo East last weekend?
Yeah.
Last weekend, the weekend before, and attendance wasn't great, but it was nice just to be there and see people. It was kind of cool. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting back to that sense of normalcy.
So my prediction is Expo West will be almost normally sized and no one will be wearing masks by then. That is my prediction.
We'll both be there, so we'll buy you a drink.
There you go.
All right. I think you're right, by the way. I think Expo West, there will be no masks, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was at normal attendance just because of pent-up demand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're about to enter the Roaring Twenties again.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
I'll see you guys there.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye, Jeff. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks, guys. You too. Bye-bye.
All righty. So that was fun.
That's great.
And so it'll be interesting to see what happens at Expo West. I'm nervous, to be honest with you. Nervous to get on the plane. Nervous to actually. Vegas in the best of conditions is a petri dish. So.
Yeah. Well, you could take the Oregon Trail and just walk there.
Well, it's funny, actually. I was looking, I'm like, should I try to drive this? Is that worthwhile? And then I realized just how big the western part of the United States is. So driving it from here is, that's a non-starter. It's like, 15 hours or something. So not doing it.
that might be how long it takes me to get a plane if it's delayed
Yeah.
at Newark Airport.
So anyway, so I think Clark Chang is going to be here momentarily. I think is that he's next. So hope. Oh no, I'm sorry, not Clark. That's later. We have spare time now, right? It's 9 o'clock.
Give
So
a half hour.
we have a half hour. So I could actually just run through our sponsors again, which is what I got stuck
Yep.
doing. I wanted to do it before, but let me pull it on there. So let me pull up our sponsor list again. Start from the beginning. What am I hearing back there? I'm hearing like birds. I feel like I'm hearing.
You hearing background noises like trucks coming?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to have to leave you for a second and maybe close the window here.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
By the way, a little report from the front. All the lectures are going on smoothly. And a shout out at 11 o'clock, Tammy Petrosian did show up for her lecture, even though she's 8 centimeters dilated. No, I'm kidding. She potentially could have had a new baby today, but didn't. And she trudged right in here on a computer.
That's ridiculous.
Yep.
I don't know whether to be impressed or upset with her. Or I don't even know what, because I can't even imagine.
And she actually coordinated for somebody who knew her field to come in if she couldn't. So what a dedicated person.
Unbelievable. Truly ridiculous. I don't even know what to say except thank you, and I can't believe she did that. So, wow. Okay, so while Paul goes and looks for the source of his crazy noises there, just bringing up our sponsors again, obviously we just spoke about Luno in pretty good detail. I don't know about you, Steve, but I've learned an awful lot about their equipment over the past year just by doing this.
Me too, and I'm jealous that I just recently retired. I would love to have a 130 and a 140 and a 40. Even that retinal camera they're putting in PCT's office, that's brilliant. Endocrinologists, they all should have it. And I don't care about the billing. There's ways you could arrange it where they can get paid for a screening photo or something like that. It's not the economics, but look how many diabetics you're going to pick up. Look how many even glaucomas you might pick up, or just other things with the vasculature of the eye. That's the way it should be done in even the pediatrician's office. And it could be done by a technician, probably takes 30 seconds, and they send it electronically to you. And what a great referral source. I think it's well worth it for you to buy it for the big internal medicine practice that has 6-8 doctors, and just you'll have more diabetics than let's say some of the obese states that we have.
Yeah, no, and it's true. And in fact, the medical practitioners, whether it's a general practitioner or a pediatrician or whoever else, they are very impressed when they see those photos. This is equipment that most places don't have, certainly most places outside of eye care. So, the first time I saw a wide field photo, I almost fell over dead. I'm like, this is unbelievable. And now, of course, the technology's gotten so much better. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, not just about, Nexi, but, we have Zeiss coming in as well. The technology has become smaller. It's become easier to fit in your office. The exams actually are much faster. It's not as hard to do anymore. So this is definitely something that, where I'm running a practice right now, this would be a no-brainer to have in the office. And as you mentioned, people always fret about, how am I going to pay for this? Well, you figure it out, because it's, it'll pay for itself with
it always in spades. Yeah. Just imagine you as an MD know what it's like for an MD to look in somebody's eye with a direct ophthalmoscope.
Can't see anything.
Sometimes in a brightly lit room, and the person is 70 years old and has cataracts.
Yeah.
They're relieved to get this picture, because now they know they didn't miss anything.
Yep. Yeah. So it's remarkable how far things have come. So anyway, so again, thank you everyone for being here. We couldn't have done this without you. It's our final live event this weekend for better or worse. So hopefully you're taking all the classes. Again, you can download the course schedule at CEwire2021.com. No quizzes involved. And Luno, again, we just went through, and we will be speaking with them again. They have a special running, which we didn't bring up, the special ends on June 30th, $1,000 off a Brio Attitude or an iRefract. And we mentioned iRefract before. Brio, of course, everyone knows them for their edgers. And so they're part of the Luno technology group now. Luno, as you can see up on the screen, it's a tie-up of a variety of companies that have been in the eye care space for a long time. So definitely go check it out, and go to lunotechusa.com/CEwire for all the different options. And book a demo. And for any Visionics or Brio solution, and you can win a VX40 lens analyzer. So check it out. We were talking about that. It's, incredibly simple to operate, even for unskilled operators. You stick the frames in, click a button, and you're done. So again, register to watch any of our webinars that we've done with Luno in the past to boost your chances of winning. You'll get entered multiple times in the VX40 competition. Your odds will never be better to win something than to enter these contests, right? Because if you think about the number of docs who are watching versus your chances, it's certainly better than going out and doing a scratch-off ticket. So, so check it out. And again, go to the virtual booth to learn more about Luno as well. And book a demo. So our other sponsors, MacuHealth, we're going to be speaking with them. As you know, they've made a change to the Vision Edge formula. I don't know exactly what that's all about, but we're going to learn all about it today. So they make supplements, and you want to go check them out as well. I actually have the supplements here. I'll show them off later. The pills are small. They're not horse pills, which is always my big criteria for deciding which supplement I'm going to take. So they're highly concentrated. And again, this is the change, and we're going to speak to the folks at MacuHealth later about what this is and why this is different, this new Vision Edge packaging. So we will see that.
And John Nolan is actually speaking right now about MacuHealth pigments, and he highlights their products as well as others because it's cope.
Yep, and the different technology that they now have, those micromicelle technology that apparently is absorbed more easily. So we're going to learn more about that. So Zeiss, thank you to Zeiss for sponsoring the conference. We're going to be speaking with them later, including one guy from Zeiss who was at Vision Expo East. So I want to hear how that was from a vendor's perspective. So up on the screen right now, and you can't see it unless you're following along the live stream, Steve, but this is a retinal photo. This is from the Claris unit. So this is their wide field camera. And this is actually my retina. So last week I was able to visit my buddy Charlie McBride here out in Oregon, and he gave me the full Monty. He allowed me to sit there and play with everything and look at everything, and so I was really curious because he had a Claris. I'm like, oh, Charlie, we got to try this. So here's my retina. You can see just the unbelievable level of detail you can get with these wide field cameras.
Yep. You look like a 20-year-old.
Thank you.
Your vessels, yes.
So what's really cool about it too was that how quickly he was able to acquire the picture, right? I didn't have to smash my face into anything, just a regular chin rest. The one thing that I wasn't prepared for, which is probably something you should warn patients about though, is that the light this thing outputs is incredibly bright. And obviously it necessarily has to be, right, to get an image like that, but something just to warn patients about that it's really bright. Now, I was dilated with this particular shot, but I can imagine that if you don't prepare the patient and somehow you mess up when you're taking the photo, you're going to have to wait a while to get another one. If they're not dilated, if their pupil kind of shuts down after that because it is so bright. So anyway, that's just a observation that I had. But for me, it was easy to do in one shot. So pretty neat stuff. The level of detail is just remarkable. This is actually just a JPEG, not the actual source photo, but you can see just how detailed you can get with it. I zoom in on it.
I think they have a screening mode also, so you could take a less pixelated resolution image, and then if you find pathology, go on and do a further analysis, which is great for medical billing.
Yep. So pretty cool stuff. And yeah, they have angiography and also other stuff. But so yeah, definitely check it out. And we're going to speak with Zeiss later today, so that'll be fun. They have bundles going on here, retina bundles and glaucoma bundles and all this other fun stuff, and trade-in discounts, of course, if you're looking to upgrade. So definitely go check out their booth. And again, we're going to speak with Ben from Zeiss later today. And Oculus, makers of a wide variety of instruments, including the Pentacam. And that's another instrument, actually, that I'd love to talk about a little bit more. We're going to be talking again with Bill Tulo from Oculus. The Pentacam AXL was another instrument that I actually got up close and personal with at Charlie's office. Again, I was there. I'm like, Charlie, I want everything. I've decided to show up, show me all of your new toys. And he actually got a Pentacam AXL. So that replaced his older Pentacam.
Wow.
And I was blown away by it. He did everything, soup to nuts. He did all the exams, including axial length. I had absolutely no reason to get it done. But we're like, you know what? You're here. Let's try it out and just try everything so you can see how fast this is. I was shocked. The speed with which this device worked was absolutely stunning for all of the different exams. And of course, the Pentacam, you never actually want to get all this stuff done, right? Because then you're going to discover things you don't want to know. So this thing's found significant coma in both my eyes. So
one thing you mentioned, the axial length is becoming the norm in terms of following patients with myopia control. And it's super accurate compared to an A scan or something like that.
Yep.
So it's just added to the treatment modality. It's just a nice little add-on test.
Yep. Yeah, and I was shocked though by how quick all of this was. The when he did topography, it was just lightning fast. The whole thing, it was, to me, especially knowing what the older units are like. It's just amazing how far the tech has come. Even though the new Pentacam looks the same, pretty similar to the old one, it's not the same in terms of the cameras that are in it and everything else. So definitely something to check out. So that is the Pentacam. And I actually should have asked Charlie for my scans too, so people could see what the output looks like from it. Of course, the question I had for Charlie, which is an interesting one, is, so now that I know that I have coma, right, in both my eyes, what do you do with that? What would you do, Steve? Probably nothing.
Yes, you could prescribe something that stops down your pupil a little bit of Alphagan, for example. And if your pupil is smaller, it's always going to reduce the amount of coma. It's not going to eliminate it completely, but that's the only thing you do now. When they come out with the new drugs for presbyopia, you'll have some pilocarpine or carbachol in there, and you'll get even better results, and you'll be able to read. So maybe that'll help. Other than that, when you do get cataracts and they do the proper measurements and have the proper lens, they could eliminate it with the proper IOL. So,
Yep.
So you have, the future is bright for you.
Of course, one could say that if I were adventuresome, right, I could get a pair of scleral lenses made up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the other option, right? Because now we have, with the Pentacam especially, you have such an ability to create these things so precisely that, if I had spare time and everything else, that might be an option too.
So you might try a little bit of Alphagan first, 0.1%, 0.15%, because it will lower your pupil. Your eyes will be nice and white. Your pressure will go down a little bit, and you will see a little bit better, especially in certain circumstances, like driving at night.
So we'll have to talk Charlie into that.
Yeah, I could do it.
There you
I still
go.
have a license.
So Oculus, so iCare Pro. So if you have social media presence or a website, and everybody does, if you feel like outsourcing it, this is the place to go, because they do it for so many eye care practices, hundreds of them. So they know what works in terms of marketing your practice. They want you to be highly rated on Google. They don't want people to come to Google Maps and see that you have 2 stars, which is really the killer these days. It's not even so much search anymore, right? It's on maps and in these alternate ways where people find your practice in these alternate sites. So they can keep your rating high and show you techniques to keep it up. So definitely check them out. And Lac Rivera, so makers of punctal plugs. This is from CEwire2020, but they have similar show specials going on right now. Go to their booth. You can actually see to save 10% on a wide variety of their products, as punctal plugs have made a comeback in the past couple of years. So, and Vision Equipment Inc. So this is Leo Hadley's company with refurbished equipment. So if you're looking to outfit a lane more inexpensively, you don't necessarily want to go with new equipment, definitely check out Leo. He's got a wide inventory, and he's been doing this for a very long time. I want to say 20 years now. I mean, it's been a really long time he's been refurbishing and reselling equipment. So, go to his booth. He's always got new stuff coming in, so it's hard to actually say what he's got on any given day. He has the low-tech stuff and high-tech as well. So he cut his teeth actually and started with edgers. So I think, that's something he has definite expertise in, but he also handles high-tech instruments like OCT and so forth. So check him out. And 5% off for people who mention CEwire2021. So good deal. Dompe, so makers of Oxervate for NK. And we met with the folks at Dompe. I guess it was the first time we did this. We did an interview with the folks there about Dompe Connect, and we're going to rerun that interview actually when we have spare time. In fact, I may want to do it in a few minutes to show people all about how to get patients access to Oxervate, because it's not cheap. It's the only drug that's been approved to treat NK, though. So if you have a patient, your choices are limited, Dompe makes the process of actually getting the drug to your patients much simpler, so you don't have to stay on the phone all day trying to get your patients connected with the medicine. You can't go down to CVS and get it. It's a specialty medicine. So, kudos to Dompe for knowing that this would be a challenge, right? And so have an entire department set up that you and your patient can easily call to get them onboarded.
Mhm. We had a couple of threads in ODwire about people finally getting medication because Dompe helped so much. So it's not as much of a problem as when it first came out.
Yep. And it's interesting, we're seeing a lot of these more modern drugs, especially for rare diseases or even for not so rare diseases. You're seeing, you can see it on TV actually with a lot of the new monoclonal antibody drugs, right, that are injectables for a wide variety of diseases. These aren't the kinds of things you go to CVS for. And the manufacturers are becoming very aware of the challenges. And so they have entire departments set up to really help you get plugged in. So, and again, kudos to them for doing it.
But real interesting. What happened this week were this drug from Biogen for Alzheimer's.
Mm-hmm.
3 people resigned from the FDA panel because they thought it really didn't do much, and the drug is going to be like $8,000 a month.
Right.
So sometimes companies want to get things through, and they might help a little tiny bit, if at all, and for the ridiculous cost, it's just not worth it. So that was a interesting example this week.
Yeah, like that'll be a really curious thing to see, right? When you have drugs that make a difference marginally, are they hits or not? So for instance, my wife, I talk about her all the time with her migraines, and she started taking one of the injectables that you see advertised, all the time on TV now. And I almost fainted when I saw what the list price of this thing was for migraine sufferers who have to take it each month. But if it helps, great. But for her, the first one that she took was it made a marginal difference. So it absolutely was not worth it. Not only, financially, but also the pain of taking one of these injections. So, it'll just be interesting to see if this wave of injectables, how this plays out over time. Okay, and Innova Systems, they make systems that measure your color vision, right? So they can detect defects early on in a disease process. And we're going to be speaking with the folks from Innova later today, I think. Yes, later today. We're going to actually speak with a doctor who's implemented one of their systems so we can learn more about it. So this is sort of fascinating stuff, right? Because it identifies functional issues potentially before you see any structural problems, which is really cool. And something that most people haven't had access to very easily. So, we'll learn more about that later today.
Yeah, Dr. Davey does an excellent job in his lecture talking about it.
Right. So there's a lecture about their systems as well, and what it means when your color vision starts to peter out before you actually see any changes structurally anywhere. So pretty cool stuff. So that's it for our sponsors. Hopefully everyone will take a gander and go to the exhibit hall and check them out.
How was class attendance today, Steve?
All the lectures are there. That's number one. And I actually didn't check that. Let me check it right now. It takes a half a second because I have it right up here. Okay. It's been very good. And I can go to a sample one. I'm just scrolling down. It's good because first lecture, let's just see here. I'm just going to refresh here. In sessions now, 885 people. Yeah. Amazing.
So, yep. So last licks for everyone. So, and of course it increases throughout the day too, as the West Coast actually wakes up. Nobody wants to be awake this early. So on a weekend. So that's not bad at all. So.
And some people are taking lectures again. Some people who like the information just wanted to get it again. One person took it on demand that had a challenge taking the course then, and because of the way COPE is, she's taking it live now today.
Yep. And you can do that if you just want to put the time aside and give it a shot. So cool stuff. So what time is it? We have a few minutes.
12.
Yeah, because we have a few minutes before I think our next guest is going to be here, Clark Chang. Maybe what I could do is play the Dompe Connect piece so people can see it. We mentioned Dompe before. And what I'll do is actually bring that up for folks so they can see our interview with Dompe about how to get patients connected with this particular medicine that treats NK. So let me pull it up, and then we will come right back, and hopefully Clark will be here. Oh, hey, Tasha, you made it. How's it going?
I will
Good,
go
how are
grab a
you?
bite
I
since
am
I'm on
doing
East
well,
Coast time
doing
and
well.
hungry.
Thank you for coming out this morning.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's early here, but we're surviving. We actually just got through our first half hour of getting everyone set up here. But the conference has been going well so far. We have several thousand people taking classes right now, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, and it should be a fun day.
That's exciting. I'm happy to join today.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you. I'll put up on the screen so everyone can see it here, just real briefly. Our schedule up here on the screen. So. So neurotrophic keratitis is a topic that's actually in our first hour that's being covered right now. There's a lecture that's actually happening as we speak. And this was a disease that I think a lot of folks weren't necessarily familiar with, right? Up until very recently, they might have thought their patients just had a dry eye. They might have sort of slipped under the radar. Now, of course, people are becoming much more aware of the disease. Obviously, Oxervate is out there that people can use. But what I wanted to talk to you about today was not sort of the clinical stuff, right? Because Clark, Chang, and Melissa are probably driving that into the ground in their lecture right now. But more of sort of the access. Access to meds is it's a huge issue, right? And being able to actually get the products that you need to treat patients is important. In fact, it's funny, before we came on here, I was refreshing my health department in my state for the COVID-19 vaccine, right? Talk about access, right? This is a big thing that's been on everyone's mind, right? So, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit today sort of about access. And I know this is what you're all about with your position at Dompe. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do there.
Yeah. So I live and breathe access. My whole career has been in access. I started kind of from the bottom, working at reimbursement like hubs. I started by talking to patients, talking to physicians, verifying insurance benefits, doing prior authorizations, processing patient assistance applications and copay cards. From there, I kind of worked my way up, managing those operational hubs, and then working with manufacturers on the vendor side to manage those hubs and facilitate those hubs. And then eventually I made my way over to the manufacturer side to my position here at Dompe. So at Dompe, I do lead the market access strategy and the market access team here. And our team consists of about 10 individuals that include our patient access managers. So our patient access managers do work alongside of our key account managers to help support our customers and our patients on the access front. So I lead the strategy, and our patient access managers help support our customers from an access perspective.
Got it. And so, we mentioned the word access before. I was mentioning it in the context of COVID, right? So this is like literally, where do I go to get it? But what does access mean to you, for your position at Dompe and with Oxervate? What does that actually mean?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So access for me is ensuring that like our patients and our customers have the means to be able to get the product and that it is affordable to them. So helping customers understand that their patients have access to Oxervate, meaning that they're able to get the product, that their patient's insurance covers it, and if it doesn't cover it, what are the other avenues that the patient have to obtain the medication? And from a patient perspective, kind of the same thing. So from a patient understanding what their insurance coverage is for Oxervate, and then if they need any financial assistance, that they have the financial assistance they need to be able to obtain the treatment. Right.
And, it's an interesting thing. Most physicians probably, NK is it's a relatively rare disease, so they may just be getting started using something like Oxervate. So maybe you could step us through, they've made the clinical determination that this would be a useful treatment. How do they get the patient into that pipeline to get them what they need?
That is a very good question. We get this question very often. So for us, it's pretty easy. We have what's called Dompe Connected Care, which is a suite of services for our physicians or our customers. Through Dompe Connected Care, there's an enrollment form that you can find on our website. It's a pretty simple 2-page form, and it does act as the prescription. Once you complete that enrollment form, you send it in to our Dompe Connected Care service. From there, Dompe Connected Care is able to contact the patient's insurance provider verify the coverage for oxyrate. So they call the insurance plan, they determine what is the coverage. Is there a prior authorization that is required? If there is, they determine what are the steps that's needed for a physician office to complete that prior authorization. And then they relay that information to the office. They tell them exactly what's needed of the office to do. And then once you submit or the customer submits that prior authorization, Dompay Connected Care will continue to follow up on that and provide the office with that information. They'll let you know what's going on every step of the way. On top of that, they are in communication with the patient. They inform them, of the services as well. They do what's called a welcome call. They tell them about Dompay Connected Care, and they let them know kind of some expectations of what's going to be coming in terms of their oxyrate treatment. Once the prior authorization is approved, if the patient needs financial assistance, Dompay Connected Care will provide some options to the patient as far as financial assistance go, depending on what the patient's coverage is. And then from there, they facilitate delivery schedule for the treatment through Accredo, our specialty pharmacy. So Dompay Connected Care actually helps the patient facilitate scheduling that delivery through Accredo.
Wow.
So as long as the physician goes through Dompay Connected Care and fills out that enrollment form, it's pretty easy.
So you guys basically handle everything. So for the doctor, this is like a fairly send it off, and then you can handle all the insurance issues. I know one question that people have had in the past is, can you give us a sense of what insurers actually cover the medicine at this point? Or is it everybody or some? Or I know that you actually will go through the process of making sure that the patient's covered, but just in general, do most insurers cover it?
Yeah, in general, most insurances do cover oxyrate, whether it's commercial coverage or government-funded coverage. Most insurance do cover it. However, coverage does vary dependent on the patient's insurance coverage. But what Dompay Connected Care will do, again, is they're calling to verify what specifics are required for that patient. I do want to clarify, so Dompay Connected Care does a lot of the legwork for the offices, but the offices are going to have to do some work as well. So Dompay Connected Care will provide what's required of the office to submit that prior authorization, but the office will still have to submit it. But going back to your original question, most insurance companies do cover it. There's just sometimes some different requirements dependent on the prior authorization.
Got it. And in terms of sort of the turnaround time, from the time we fill out that little 2-page sheet, to the time the patient gets their meds, what's the typical, length of time in between?
Not to give you the same answer, but it does vary.
Sure.
Turnaround time does vary on a couple of different factors. So one is how quickly the office can complete that prior authorization. We know the offices are very busy with patients and sometimes are a little bit shorthanded, but how quickly you can get that prior authorization turned into the insurance company does help because it helps shorten that turnaround time. Another factor of the turnaround time is how long the insurance company takes to review that prior authorization. We have seen that be very quick, but it does depend on the insurance company. Another factor is the patient. In terms of getting financial assistance, that can depend on what type of financial assistance the patient needs. And then another factor is actually scheduling the shipment. Accredo does need to talk directly to the patient before they can schedule that shipment. And sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get a hold of that patient to actually schedule the shipment. So there's different stops along the way that could extend that turnaround time. But as long as the office is engaged and doing that prior authorization, and as long as the patient is engaged as well, that turnaround time can be fairly short. But for specialty medications, it's not like just going down your CVS pharmacy and picking it up the next day that you write that prescription. It does take a little bit of time, just depending on all those different factors. So keep that in mind when you're, treating your patients with oxyrate.
Got it. And one other question that I know people have is, it sounds like there are multiple parties that are going to be touching this data and looking at it and so on and so forth as the patient goes through the process. Can you speak a little bit to sort of HIPAA and how that all works, where this data is going, and is the patient data actually protected at each step?
Yes, it absolutely is. So through Dompay Connected Care and through Accredo, both entities are HIPAA compliant. So the patient's data is always protected, no matter who's touching it.
Excellent. So patients don't have to worry about that.
Mm.
Great. So I guess one other question, since NK is kind of a new disease to a lot of us, we're just learning about it now and the different treatment options. Have you guys actually put together anything to sort of help, educate folks? I mean, obviously, education is what we're about here, right? We're doing that lecture right now as we speak with Clark Chang and Melissa Barnett. But on your end, do you have any materials that you could give to both the doctors and the patients maybe to help them educate them on the disease?
Yes, yes. So there's many different materials for both the providers and the patients. So your key account managers can provide materials to the physicians. There's also our website, which has a plethora of information around the disease state and around oxybate. And then from a patient perspective, through Dompé Connected Care, we send out a welcome kit that includes a patient brochure that talks a lot about the disease state and oxybate. So there's many different avenues and resources that both a physician and a patient can go to obtain information about NK and about oxybate, as well as Dompé Connected Care.
Yep, and I'm actually putting up on the screen right now so people can see the Oxervate website. And I stumbled across another one. No NK. This has got to be yours,
yes,
right?
It is. Yes. So that is ours as well,
Yep.
and that is a great resource for a disease state perspective.
Yeah. So because that was when I was searching, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's interesting. So and it actually gives really good. It gives information that's actually useful at the level of both the patient and the doctor. And I'll show it to people later. That one with touching the patient's eye. With Q-tip,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, it's something very sort of, as I was looking at it, it was funny. My son walked in the room. He's 11 years old, and he's like, you wouldn't really do that to someone, would you? I'm like, well,
Technically.
yeah. But yeah, so no, it's a great resource. And I mean, it's really well done. So I think everyone should take a look at it. And throughout the day today, we'll be bringing up the website to show it to people as well.
Yeah, and on the website, one thing to note is we have a great administration video. One thing about oxybate is it's not just your typical eye drop. It's not just in a regular dropper bottle. And so our administration video is a great resource for physicians to get a sense of what is expected of oxybate when a patient receives it and how to administer it. And it's also a great resource for patients. So through Credo and through Dompé Connected Care, we encourage patients to watch the administration video. We also encourage physicians to show this administration video to patients while they're in the office. So it helps set the expectation for the patient on what the treatment is going to be like for them and what they're going to receive on their door when it's delivered to them.
Excellent. And you can actually see it right here. There's the video right here. You just go to dosing and administration at oxervate.com. So fantastic. Well, Tasha, thank you so much for doing this today. It's been really great. We're going to replay this over and over for people to see it during our live stream this week. And I'm sure as questions come in, I will forward them on to you because there will be many, and maybe we can even come back here next time around for the next CEwire and in April and review it then.
Yeah, I'm happy to join at any time, and please send your questions my way. I'm always happy to answer.
All right. Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, and we are back. So let me pull it on up here so we can show you our next folks that we're going to be interviewing. Should be here momentarily. And let me see if Steve and Paul are back. So Steve, I think you're there. And you're muted, I think.
Now I am unmuted.
There you go. So Steve is there and Paul is taking a break. That's okay. Who knows where he is? Out in the ether somewhere, and I think our next guest is here. One of them, they're both here. Let me admit both of them, and we can get on the road. So we have Dan and Rasa here. So let's get them up to speed, and we'll get them going. So they're connecting to their audio, and I think Paul is back too. He's gonna have to unmute himself.
That'll be challenging.
Yeah. Everything's an adventure, right? So we're just waiting for. So Dr. Rasa and Dan, let's see if Dan's going to unmute himself as well and we can get going. So Rasa, Dan, are you there?
I am here.
Excellent.
I'm here as well.
Excellent. How's it going, guys?
Doing well.
Great.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, we've had a fun morning here already. We just got off the phone with Jeff Gerson and Melissa. So talking all about Luno's stuff this morning. So it's been kind of a cool conversation. And Rasa, what I learned this morning was that since the last time we spoke, you've actually opened up another location?
Yes, and we have 2 more in progress in the next 2 to 3 months.
I'm getting tired just thinking about it.
How? Are you like a spoken wheel type system where you're the hub and you have practices all over and you're advising them as they open their cold starts? How is it going? How do you do it? And how do you have the time?
Well, I mean, I definitely enjoy what I do. And of course, with the help of technology, it allowed me to almost have a double of myself, to be everywhere and be able to provide that expertise and support to do such things. Without the technology, I, of course, would only be in one office.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And in fact, I'm going to pull up on the screen so you guys can't see it, but the folks at home will be able to see it. What your setup looks like, because you've actually chosen a really challenging way to go about doing this, right? So you opened up cold throughout all these locations in Chicago, right? So that's not exactly an uncompetitive market. So, I just kind of wonder, I'm going to pull it up again on the screen so people can actually take a look at your practice so you can see what it's all about. But, how did you even plan to execute something like this? And how do you actually do it now with all of these locations?
Yeah, so I think, once again, the cornerstone of my success is the technology. And it really allowed me to, in 2 key ways. One is, of course, to be able to expand and scale to such a level and have the repeatable and consistent results to grow the brand, but also to be very efficient and very accurate for the patients, to provide that refraction and also comprehensive exam that shines in the primary care setting with the help of technology.
Did you have an optometrist in each location?
So I am in a lot of the locations because with the cold start, of course, there's a big expense that is associated, and the help of the technology, it allowed me to do a remote visit. So I am able to have the patient come into the office, and the trained technician is kind of going through all the different testing with the patient, including retinal imaging, including anterior segment evaluation with digital type of capabilities, the OCT readings, the visual fields, and also the refraction. And I'm able to have this being uploaded as the patient is in the office, and in the HIPAA compliant ways, I can view this in my EHR at the same time as it's happening. And I'm able to get on a call to be tuned into that office and evaluated with the patient at the same time as they're completing their diagnostic testing with the technician, to have their chief complaints answered, to address the plan that I designed for them, and release the prescriptions for glasses, contacts that we decided on. So I'm able to take care of several cold starts while doing it in this way.
I see.
At the same time, 3, 4, 5 offices running at that same moment, all integrating with you. Wow. What roller skates do you wear?
Yes. So it's been really interesting. And of course, we do have a team of 10 doctors, and most of our offices that grow, they have the full-time doctor 5 days a week. And then it still gives the patient the ability to get their eyes examined how, where, and when they want it on that day 6 or day 7. And I'm able to take care of those multiple offices during the time that we don't have the full-time doctor to see them.
Right.
I asked a question before as well. How long does it take to train a technician that you trust?
So actually, that is the key in selecting the type of technology that you want to use, because that's what I was looking for, because scalability was always the intention. And finding equipment that doesn't take a lot of time to train someone was very, very important. For me, also downtown Chicago, we want something with a small footprint and kind of very, very accurate results, regardless of who the operator is, because people sometimes, you have to keep on hiring and expanding. And, we want to make sure that it is very easy to train. So that equipment that we incorporated in this type of setup is relatively easy, and you can start right away. Of course, there's learning. If anybody has ever implemented EHR, they know how long it takes to learn all aspects of it. So like with any new technology, it does take a little bit, but you can start using the basics immediately as you turn it on and have the new staff start.
Right. You know, one thing that strikes me, people like to talk about ROI of these systems, but in this case, I don't even think that's an appropriate conversation, because your model, I don't think could actually even work, right, without technology in place. I can't think of how that would go without some sort of a system like this to funnel you that information, you know, wherever you are.
Yeah, so I mean, just that alone, to be able to provide remote visits, it justifies the ROI for sure. But also the repeatability, the efficiency, have that flexible model of labor to expand upon, building the practice and expanding. It really does, for me, justifies immediately. The fact that I can open up my availability in a cold start for doctor book and have these patients once again book when, how, and where they want to be seen. That is important for me. You know, a lot of times when we start a cold start, it's very hard to have a full-time doctor, you know, keep busy. And so be able to open up the patient book and have multiple patients or multiple practices being taken care of by one doctor initially is justifying it for me. That consistency, also having a remake rate of less than 1% because of how accurate the equipment provides the results for me to finalize the prescription on, is another one of those things that leads into a lot of happy patients. The other thing is that I can think of a lot of my patients are young, healthy, and very savvy technologically. I mean, they use the latest you know, technology for their own in their own lives, and for them to come in and see the latest technology that is available in my office really keeps them happy to see those changes, and almost, you know, the standard provides a standard of what they would like to see every time they come in to get their eyes examined. So with the help of all that technology, I think that for me, it justifies the growth of the practice.
So do you have an optician and a dispensary in each location?
Yes, I do. Yeah, it is an overall eye care. Our slogan is where fashion and eye care meet. So that expertise of the doctor, the technology, and then the teamwork with our opticians make it a very smooth type of transition for the patient, where they get an overall experience for their eyes.
Is it also the case that now that you have so many locations, that cold starts are not so cold, but maybe lukewarm, because people know big city here and you're now 3 miles away down there and actually closer? Does it happen that you have that penetration now?
Yes, it definitely helps. So when we spend the advertising dollars on marketing, I mean, it goes a long way. For sure, more so, my marketing strategy has changed when I've had only one versus 13 at the moment. Yeah. So it is across downtown Chicago and the North Shore. And it's, well, prior to the pandemic, it's where you live and where you work. You were able to reach us. So, I mean, it really helped us to kind of be more recognized and a bit more of a household name than before.
Don't be surprised if you have a private equity company knock at your door pretty soon.
They haven't done yet, but I still have a lot of big plans and a lot of strength myself to continue and build this into a little optical empire.
Excellent. Well,
great.
So I have to suck Dan into this conversation now, because Dan, you've been
I'm happy sitting back and listening.
I mean, you have been, you know, standing by watching all of this grow from nothing, right from the ground up. So what's this been like from you, from the side of the technology provider?
Yeah, really inspiring. It's so refreshing to see someone like Rasa adopt and embrace our technology and use it in a way that really completes and complements what she does. I mean, Rasa clearly has a vision, and I think certainly that vision is refined over time. But to see her, I guess the way I look at it is this way: scalability without compromise is what we've talked about previously. And I think the best example of her execution and the success of her plans and integrating our technology are in the reviews of Big City. I mean, you have 13 shops growing in a pandemic, and Yelp reviews, Google reviews of Big City Optical are so consistently 5 stars. People have been pretty angry in the last year just because of COVID, and they're fairly quick to take shots at service providers. But what Rasa has built, and it's Rasa, certainly our technology plays an important role, but across a wide variety of optical shops, consistent quality, and that quality is reviewed by her patients. That to me is so very satisfying, just to be a piece of that puzzle. When you have high technology instrumentation, and Luno Technology, our company that manufactures Visionics, it's different, right? They are instrumentation that are introducing different concepts into a market that hasn't seen a ton of change or dynamism. When we see someone taking that technology and leveraging it in such a positive way, it's fantastic.
Yep. And, we brought up the concept with Dr. Gerson this morning as well, this idea of being a better busy, where, so he's gone from sort of the, in the old days of actually spinning the dials, right, and handling all the stuff manually, to actually being able to step back now and actually just synthesizing the data and working with the patients. And I wonder if Dr. Rasa is an example of this at its most extreme, right, where she's able to actually extend herself geographically across all of Chicago, essentially, to service the most number of patients.
It really redefines the role of the optometrist when you're not just refracting and spinning those dials, as you mentioned. I mean, you have that time that you would have spent on the refraction, really consulting, educating the patient, and not just providing that prescription. That's not necessarily the only reason that I believe that they came to see me, but really tracking change over time, not only in their prescription, but also in the health of their eyes. Really, that's the best way to approach preventative healthcare. And the patient numbers are increasing. We're taking on a bigger load than we have ever before. And having this technology at our fingertips, and the patient seeing us as like very kind of knowing a lot about them before they even kind of start talking to the doctor, because of all that technology at our fingertips, reviewing it, uploaded in my case, before I see them face to face. I think, that ability for an optometrist to shine in that primary care space in such a way where they know so much about their patient is a big key in redefining that role.
Yep.
You have duplication of equipment in all the offices, or if it's somewhat? Does every office have an OCT, a wide field imaging system, the same Visionics machine, or does it differ from demographics or what your needs are?
So I would say the bulk of it, 90% of it, is exactly the same. Because of building the brand, I want the patient to walk in any of the offices and be able to have the same experience that is consistent every time. Of course, my EHR is the same, so no matter what office they walk into, I'm able to pull up last year's images and read them back to back with this year images. But that the equipment needs to be the same in order for it to kind of continue to build this brand and give them that reliable service that they expect.
And if I can just add to that, I think Rasa has done a very nice job scaling her business across multiple locations. Having the same equipment, or 90%, allows labor flexibility. If you've got staff who need to fill in a different shop, it's seamless, or more seamless than it might otherwise be. And that's another, Ross, I hope I'm not giving away your secrets, but
no, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know if she's on roller skates. She is sitting in, look, you're very busy and there's no doubt, but the one, I've heard, Adam, you say the word extreme and roller skates. I don't have that feel. I have the feeling that Rasa is able to review a really robust data set from a wide variety of locations, and beyond just the recommended final prescription, you're reviewing retinal images for diabetes, retinopathy, et cetera, and you get this large set of data before you see the patient on a medical Zoom meeting. And it does kind of provide that level of comfort that is then, of course, reported in her reviews, that patients are really wowed by the technology and by, oh my gosh, how does Dr. Rasa know I have an astigmatism? She wasn't spinning the dials. I think that's remarkable. And that's kind of, in my mind, operating at the top of her license, because you don't have to be present to spin dials in order to see that data, use your degree to then make an objective assessment of patient eye health.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And, I'd like to remind everyone too, I'm going to put it up on the screen, everyone can see at home, that Rasa, we've done webinars together, right, recently, where we take a really deep dive into the way your practice works, much more than we can just speaking right here. So I pulled it up on the screen so everyone can see lunotechusa.com/CEwire. If you go there, people can register and then see what we've spoken about before, so they can really get a good nuts and bolts view. And I don't even know, back then when we did this a few months ago, you had fewer offices, but I assume that's continued on the same way since, as you've scaled out to more locations now. So it's a really interesting show because you really get to see behind the scenes how this all works. And so I will urge people to go and check out that page and sign up for it, because it was a really cool show.
I noticed, if you could just move a little bit, Rasa, just to show everybody what's around your exam chair. Your exam chair has very little equipment.
Very little equipment. Yes, that's the key. We want to take a small footprint, but in front of you here, you could see a digital slit lamp that takes videography and micrography and anterior segment images that I'm able to see at a very high quality level. So
right.
Overall, I think it's putting all of that together as Dan said, that it really allows me to practice at the top of my license, in that primary care setting. And even the patients that require a little bit more and are not so straightforward as routine exams, I'm able to schedule them for a follow-up, and personally myself see them the next day or whenever we decide we need to meet at that office to dig in a little bit deeper. So there's that consistency of care, and therefore really kind of a strong establishment of the relationship between the doctor and the patient that can take place to go forward to become an established patient.
Right. And so, time marches forward in tech, right? Nothing ever stands still. So I guess maybe Dan, if you can, I know it's sometimes hard to reveal all your plans, but maybe you could just tell us what's coming up for you guys at Luno over the next several months as sort of everyone gets back to normal or normal-ish. What do you guys have in the pipeline?
Right. Where to draw that line. So I'll say this, within COVID, I never give a short answer, Adam, but I joined Luno because I feel like this company sits at the intersection of intelligent technology application in a market where ODs are under pressure to see more patients more quickly, and those patients have higher expectations for more care beyond just getting a new pair of glasses. And I've always felt that Luno, and the Visionix brand in particular, is very well positioned to help ODs address that and operate at the top end of their license. So big picture, that doesn't change. That commitment to helping ODs who are great become even greater across a wider kind of diversity of patients, for sure. We've learned a lot in terms of virtual practice ourselves. I can't remember the last in-person product demonstration that Luno Technology did. We're really adept at conveying a wealth of information to prospects who have never seen Visionix in a half-hour or 1 hour session, and that will likely continue. That said, of course, we're going back to in-person meetings. We'll be at Vision West. We'll be at a number of meetings in person starting July, and my staff are a little bit giddy about that. Everyone's excited to get back on the road to see old friends and make new ones. Product-wise, we will have new products coming out. We're into early phases of a controlled release of a multi-diagnostic product that you'll be able to see online eventually, our VX650. Dr. Rasa has been a beta site for that product, and basically Visionics has been focused on the front of the eye, the cornea. The 650 incorporates a fundus camera. So in a single sitting, you can get a complete and comprehensive eye health exam, both the front and the back of the eye. Complement that with eye refract, and you've got a really seamless single chair examination with a final recommended RX for someone like Rasa to review. Other than that, commercially, we'll have some news coming up in Q3. I think that'll be fun and exciting. And look, we've experienced some rapid growth, and I expect that to continue as the market adapts to the new kind of reality of where things stand post-COVID.
Absolutely. Well, I look forward to seeing you in person, back on the road again at Expo. And I look forward to actually, being able to play with the devices in person again, because this virtual stuff is great. Obviously, we love doing it. But to me, eventually there's nothing that's actually better than getting face to face, with the device. So
you're a hands-on guy.
Yeah, hands-on. I can't wait for it. So Dan, Rasa, thanks for being here today. And I want to urge everybody to, as we're still virtual, book a virtual demo online. You can see a lot of the functionality of the devices virtually. So, if you're not planning to make it out to Expo West, for these next several months, feel free to go book a virtual demo.
Right. And just to throw a log on that fire, we've got clinical application specialists who are happy to be your kind of virtual Sherpas and give ODs who are interested in at least a technology assessment, understand what's out there. It's much more of a consultation and not a sales process. We feel the instrumentation does a lot of talking for itself, and our clinicals are well positioned to help answer any questions, technical or clinical, that you may have. So for sure, the more the merrier.
Yeah, and in fact, if you get Melissa as your special, she can tell you about driving through the Midwest. She can give you all the tips too on where to stop. So she gets around.
True that for sure.
All right. Well, Dan, Rasa, thank you so much for being here today. And again, look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully in the fall.
Thanks, Adam.
It's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so everybody check out, go to the lunotechusa.com/CEwire and go check out a place where you can register for the webinar that we did with Dr. Rasa way back when, sort of getting behind the scenes, taking a look at what her practice is like. We had Dr. Jeffrey Morris there as well. So we had him there to compare and contrast because, again, he has a more traditional practice. Showing how you can use this technology, in a place that's not a cold start, essentially, not like what Dr. Ross is doing. So
it's funny. I was going to ask about when they're going to incorporate the posterior segment aspect to the instrument, and they already have it in the pipeline.
Yep. I mean, it made perfect sense, right? And I suppose it's just a matter of technology and industrial design, getting everything in one fell swoop. But I guess we'll see it at Expo, hopefully.
It's got to be an economy of scale where everything together has got to be a lot cheaper than buying 5 instruments separately. I mean, it's just got to be less expensive, less footprint, all the good things.
What you also see these companies doing, and they don't really talk about it much, but it's really easy to actually see if you look at the products, right? If we look, see if I can find an example of it. Okay, so if you look, let's say at the tablets that they're using, right, to drive the user interface of these things, right? Those are standard Samsung tablets. They're leveraging the power that's built into a lot of our electronics today, consumer electronics, right? And so they're using that to which obviously drives costs down, right? They can afford to put more of their resources into the stuff that's specific to eye care and not worry as much about things like, how am I going to create a tablet? Well, you don't have to, right? Samsung did it for you already. So they're able to really focus on the important stuff that's important for your practice and leverage the consumer tech. In fact, doctors have mentioned before that occasionally a tablet has died. Well, it's not like it's a weird proprietary thing. You just go and get another Samsung tablet, right? You go down to Best Buy and get one of these things and just reload the software on it. And this helps drive costs down as well. So
they also have to communicate with all the major EMRs to make sure it integrates with all their equipment. But now they're getting so big, they have to.
Yep.
I mean, there's 4 or 5 very large ones that have to take the information in, and then you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fortunate thing about the EHR market, for better or worse. Doctors might hate it because there are so few choices now. For the equipment vendors, this is a good thing, right? Because the integration targets that they have are much smaller. So, you know if you're working with one of the major ones that it's going to work. It's not going to be, a real challenge for them to put together. So, yep, neat stuff.
And some of them are really good where you actually could not only just view an OCT or an image, you could actually manipulate it like you're at the instrument itself.
Right.
So that's getting better and better also.
Yep. Cool. All right, so Clark should be joining us here soon, right? Or is my schedule totally thrown off?
4 minutes, and knowing Clark will be here in 3 minutes and 59 seconds.
Right.
You just want to repeat the deal that the giveaway that is being offered.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me pull that up so people can see the giveaway of the. Here we go. Let me put it up on the screen so people can see it. There we go. So book a demo, and you'll get entered to win the VX40, which is their lens analyzer, and you can see a picture of it right straight ahead. Super simple, easy to use. Doesn't take much training. Put the glasses in the slot right there. Press a button. Not like the old days, I guess, where this actually required real training to do. So it's an $8,300 value if you win. And all you have to do is book a virtual demo. And again, a virtual demo is super simple, right? You're not traveling anywhere. Nobody has to come into your office. You'll just, you'll do it via Zoom basically, right? You'd have someone like Melissa come and step you through how this would work in your office. And what she'll also do is kind of help you figure out what equipment might be useful for your office, right? Because obviously they make a broad variety of equipment and everyone's situation is different, and she can actually help figure out what your needs are. And specialists like Melissa are great because she goes around to a lot of different practices, in her case in the Midwest. And so she's seen a lot of different practices, and she kind of understands, the different practice modalities.
It's not like being struck by lightning. There's a good chance you can win.
Oh, for this,
There
absolutely.
aren't that many people
Yeah.
going to be taking advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, how many people do you think are going to be booking a virtual demo, right? You're going to be in the equipment market, and so there just aren't that many. So you could actually win this.
I have to compliment Rasa. I mean, that was there's an axiom in life that if you don't take risks, you're not going to be successful. She took a lot of risks to develop this platform.
Oh my gosh. I mean, did you see actually where her locations are? I don't know if you're familiar with the greater Chicagoland area, but good Lord, take a look at these locations. This is some of the highest priced real estate.
Wow.
I'll put it up on the screen. Like you can see where a lot of these places are. They are right in downtown Chicago. And not that far apart from each other either. I mean, she really...
Well, it's so dense, it doesn't matter. And they said, like you say, people can go from office to office and you shift technicians around. But just imagine her day at 8 o'clock in the morning when she has one technician call out. There's a lot of logistics that she has to handle. I'm sure she has a great office manager in the main office.
Well, yeah. And also, if you look at the other locations that she's now opened, she actually opened up stuff that's away from the city. She opened them up in some of the prosperous suburbs north of the city. And so now she's really spreading out. And this is going to be fascinating to see how this is going to work with the tech, because that's not something where, as a single human being, you'd want to do this going from place to place in a single day, especially not with the traffic in Chicago.
But I think her market, too, is a younger demographic.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, if you look...
comfortable with the way she's doing things.
Sure. I mean, if you look at her optical, if you actually take a look at her locations and take a look at the product, the inventory that she's stocking, very clearly, she's going for a younger audience.
Which makes it a healthy audience and easier to do the exams.
Yep. Absolutely. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was an interesting statistic. They were talking about the real estate market, and one of the causes about this burst of people wanting to purchase houses, the millennials now have reached, the median is age 30 to 31, which is the exact time you want to buy your first starter house.
Right.
So everybody's competing for the same small number of houses that are not being built because lumber costs are too high.
and
So-
copper, etc. And mortgages are still low, so they still have
Yeah.
that aspect. But I don't know about your area. Our area have gone up 20, 30. The way of selling a home now is you want to sell it for price X, you put it up lower, and then the first day you have 10 people bidding that goes way above the initial price you would have listed it for, and there's no inventory. You sell your house in one day. It's
Yeah, that's happening here too, and we're actually getting an even worse situation here. Not only do we not have the inventory, but we're having a lot of people move from California, right? Because we're in Oregon, we were the lower cost option, so you're getting a lot of Californians who know are cash rich, and they're like, well, if we can work from anywhere, because Portland's a tech hub as well. If we can work from anywhere, why would we stay in our little cramped place in San Francisco? Let's move on up, to the Portland area. We can get a huge house for the money. So we're getting all kinds of pressure from people moving in.
sure, and lower taxes also.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting thing for us here, because Portland's kind of a backwater in terms of the West Coast cities, and we're smaller. Typically, the real estate's cheaper, but now we're just suddenly getting an influx of people from the rest of the coast. So yeah, it's unusual.
We'll see what happens after, let's say, September, when people generally want to get in before the school year.
Right.
If it stays high then it's going to really stay high. If it drops a little bit, it's to be expected. But I don't think it'll drop down. I think the rate of increase will decrease.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's kind of a strange thing to watch in the midst of a pandemic, seeing prices go up. I would not have expected that.
They're going up, but then again, people are saving money. No commuting expenses, no clothing expenses. They're saving a lot more money, and again, mortgages are so low that they're buying monthly payments. And if they do these adjustable rate mortgages, I hope they don't get in trouble. But that's even lower rates.
Yep. And let me put up on the screen while we're waiting for Clark, because I don't see him here. Clark is usually on time.
Yes, he is. I'll reach out to him, but he's usually very efficient, and he requested this time, so it was not. Okay.
Yeah, he'll get here eventually. Well, so far things at the show are going smoothly. If I pull up on my email, we've had only minor technical question actually about surveys. Surveys are optional. So someone said I missed the survey. So I got to remind people of that. Surveys are optional. We'd like you to fill them out. You don't have to.
I just sent him an email, so hopefully he'll pop in here. Yeah, I put up in all the rooms also how to get your credits, pulling your tracker number, and only once. Because the great majority of people have attended previous events of ours, they know how to do it. So I literally have you get the support questions. I've got none. I've had none no problems.
No, it's been really quiet.
Well, that's good.
I just got something in on ODwire. I'm trying to watch the 1 o'clock session, and all 4 rooms are showing the play button, a slash through it. I can't access any rooms. What's going on?
Let me just go.
I suspect it's a problem that individual is having.
I would agree.
Let's go. I'm going to go into the rooms now.
And I would say that it's a problem the individual's having, because otherwise we would have been inundated at this point with terrible messages, but we're not seeing that. So
what would cause every room to be slashed?
Wait, our lecture.
He only has 10 minutes to get it to any room, so.
Clark actually is finishing up his lecture now, so maybe he's in. So I'm going to send him a little chat reminder on this. Private, okay. By the way, I'm in 2 rooms now. I'll go into the 3rd. No problems, by the way.
It's still running. It's running okay for you?
Let's get the 3rd one up. I'm having trouble in Gary Gerber's. Yes, black screen. Let me just go to the 4th and see what happens there. Yeah, 2 of the 4 were getting a blank screen. I'll go to the red alert button.
Yep. Yeah. Please do that, and
Yeah.
be very specific with them that no videos are playing and so forth,
Okay.
and we'll
Mhm.
see.
Okay.
"15-minute timer stopped on kitchen."
Yeah. So I will check it out for you guys. Let me see here.
So no answer for this person?
No, no answer yet. That's the fun of doing tech support.
Okay, I've sent my little request. Let's see what happens. But they're right. It just happened just a second for the 1 o'clock lecture. So let me go back in and see if the other ones are working. No, they're all down now. It just happened. You'll get a plethora. Clark is down also. So I sent my little message via the
And you sent it properly using the system that they want you to use. The
red alert button. Yeah, incident escalation policy valid only on day event. But it's still a form that you fill out. It's not anything
yes,
that.
yeah. So
I'll go back in and refresh it again. I'm just going to go out of the conference rooms and go back in separately. It's almost like the server went down. Clark didn't know there was a Zoom link, even though I sent it to him. So I'll send it to him again. But the bigger problem is the lectures. Let me just do this part. Oh dear. Yeah, every room the video is down. I'm going to try the other aspect, the support button. Help center. I'm going to message Stacy directly. She doesn't want me to do that, but this is important. Brennan. Okay, so I sent them an email also, which she doesn't like, but the regular system I've used also. What else can I do?
So are the classes up?
No, none of them. First I had 2 up, and now all 4 screens are blank if you go in. Oh, wait. One just came up. Second came up. They must have said a glitch. Third one is up. And the 4th one will be up, I assume. Yep. Okay, good. Now Clark
Okay,
asked me.
So we can
Okay.
respond, the classes are up,
yep.
they'll get credit.
Yeah, they'll get credit. That's not a problem.
Okay.
Now, Clark asked me, should he call in? He doesn't read his email. So I just sent him a text message on a chat, private message. So Clark hopefully will come in now. Let's see here. Sessions lobby. I sent him the Zoom link again. Okay, let's see if we can get Clark. I'll try to get Clark this way. We sent him an email. I don't have his cell phone for a text, but I sent him the link on at his lecture, actually. Okay, so that's all we can do.
Yep. Okay. So, I mean, the important thing is that the classes are running. So,
Yep.
Hooray.
I got a message from Stephen Weinkop. Thank you for contacting us. We'd like to set up a time for you to discuss your requirements. Oh my God. Okay, I have to give him. Clark's asking for something, so I'll give him the link. Adam, I'm on his site. I can't access. Can you give me the telephone number if he has to call?
He call. Well, hang on. I'll just email him. I'll email him the.
I did the Zoom link again. I just emailed him.
Okay.
Let's see if that works for. Oh. Okay. It's worth waiting for Clark. He always has good information. Okay, that works. So he has that information. He did contact me via email, so he's coming, I hope. Well, we dealt with 2 technical difficulties at the same time. Now the Alexis are working. You should hear from Clark soon because it was kind of weird. Probably their server went down, obviously.
Yeah. Who knows? One of those things.
I wonder if that message went to them and they just they pressed the wrong button. Hopefully Clark will be here any momentarily because he has the link and it did work, and I had sent it to him, twice last night and this morning. But Clark's a busy guy. He had just finished his lecture, so it was perfect timing. What he's talking about, by the way, is various things about dry eye and some of the new techniques that he's doing down in Wills in Philadelphia. So he has some good information on his lecture, and I'm sure he can emboss on it here.
Yep. Yeah. So hopefully he'll get in. And,
if not, let's see what that says. Yeah, I mean, I just sent him a link. He asked for the link, and he was asking for a telephone number. He didn't listen. I said that, obviously we want people to do the Zoom so that we can see his lovely face.
he's probably sitting there in his underwear or something. He didn't realize it was a Zoom thing, right? So the classic Zoom problem, right? When you think the conference call is going to be audio only, and then all of a sudden it's not. So,
but he reached out to me via email, and I sent him 2 now. So if not,
he has the radio. He has a telephone number. He wants to call in.
I did not provide that with him because should be able to click on the Zoom link. He's on the computer now.
Unless he doesn't want to.
Clark's a good-looking guy.
Yeah, what does he have to worry about? Oh, wait.
Okay.
So, wait, I think, oh, he's here now. Finally, he made it. I have to admit him. Let's see. Let's see how badly I screwed this up.
There. You didn't get my, you got my messages? It was a Zoom link, Clark?
Hey guys, can you hear me now?
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
how's it going, Clark?
Good, how are you?
Good.
What happened? You didn't see my Zoom link?
I just got it now.
Okay, well, whatever, but you're here. Great. The busy Dr. Clark Chang.
So it was
Hi
hilarious.
everybody.
Hey, Clark. It was hilarious, actually. While you were having problems getting in, we had a glitch with the system as well in general with the classes. So we were actually handling 2 problems at once. So we were
I
multitasking.
know. I was answering I was answering the audio, the audience
Video.
question just
Right.
now too.
So-
I didn't want to leave them thinking something's wrong.
Yeah.
So
So
all the videos went down at once, but
Yeah.
it wasn't us.
So-
Somebody pulled the plug.
all fixed. So we're all good. So Clark, thank you for being here today.
Yeah, no problem. Wait to put out the fire, guys.
Yeah, well, and Clark, you have probably more experience with CEwire than just about anyone in the world, right? I think you've done more CEwire lectures than any individual, as far as I can tell.
That's what you and Steve and Paul have always told me. So I'm gonna take it as take it as the fact.
Well, thank you for doing it. I mean, we this is our last one of the year, our last live one. So I really appreciate you coming out and doing it. Whenever we put these things together with 60 credits, we always worry, like, are people going to show up? Are the speakers going to make it? But we never have to worry about you and your entire team at Wills. Like, that
Right.
block is like solid gold. I know when I book in the schedule, I don't even have to think about it. They're going to make it. So it really helps.
Oh, good. Thank you,
And
guys.
just so you know-
We're having so much fun too.
Just so you know, Dr. Chang not only lectures himself, but he brings the best and the brightest ophthalmologists from Wills to discuss a wide range of mostly anterior segment stuff. So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
On that subject, Clark, can you tell us pretty much how you practice? Because you're pretty unique to optometry. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with you, can you give us a little bit of background?
Sure. So I currently practice in cornea service within Wills Eye Hospital, and prior to that, I was had worked in refractive surgery center, and then also prior to that had done research work in corneal cross-linking in my fellowship site, which I ended up staying. And I was having so much fun taking care of cornea patients, keratoconus patients, and cross-linking patients, and doing specialty contact lenses after to help these patients. So it was just, it's been a fun ride for me, and very fortunately get to work with, experts in our field, whether it be optometrists or ophthalmologists at Wills Eye. And especially, I just love cornea and cornea patients and all the ophthalmologists and optometrists I work with. So it's been great. And now and also having the opportunity to be involved in, shaping some of the clinical investigations as part of the medical affair at Glauco. So, I really can't complain. I've been very lucky.
Well, we can complain because you're hard to get. I know you're very busy.
Yes, you guys keep me busy too. I love CEwire.
Excellent.
So you talk, Adam.
Well, yeah. So Clark, maybe you could give us an overview. Obviously, if people look at the schedule, and I'll put it up on the screen so everyone can see, what you guys are all talking about today. Maybe you could give us a little update on what's happening in the world of dry eye, especially since the pandemic, right? Most of us haven't gone anywhere or gotten out or done anything. So maybe just over the last year and a half, tell us sort of what's going on in the world.
Yeah, and obviously, very interestingly, it's hard to imagine, I think even just 2 years ago, how something like this is going to affect our clinical practices, not necessarily in dry eye, but I think across all disciplines in our clinical practices. I mean, we're seeing obviously a rise in, for example, in telehealth, right? Remote visits, which may change going forward. I mean, fortunately, we've been, having a lot of help in vaccinating our general publics and things like that. But I mean, I think it's even more important in the area of dry eye in this type of situation, especially if you're not having patients in front of you, to, I think, really understand all the aspects that we need to investigate, interview patients with regard to their symptoms of dry eye, and be able to kind of come up with a better solution for them based on our diagnosis. So I think at the very basic, we need to, something new in dry eye that I think is going to help us with this dynamic going forward, if we don't always have patients in front of us, is to really understand the definition. And it's been an evolution, right? I think most of us are very familiar with DUCE 1 from 2007 that had added the hyperosmolarity and the associated inflammatory sequelae, and that kind of get us started off in a very good footing in terms of knowing to test for osmolarity, because prior to that we never did that, right? Looking for MMP9, an inflammatory mediator. So I think it's always very important to kind of get our foundation in terms of disease definition. So what's new would be, for one thing, the new definition newly expanded definition from DUCE to report that now includes a neurosensory component. And why is that important? Just as I said, definition drives our guidance, right? So if we don't have patients in front of us, at least being able to ask those associated questions are very important. But also, I think also on the other end, we know that the reason it's important to pay this attention to this new dimension of the definition, including that neurosensory component or neurosensory abnormality, is that a lot of the ocular surface disease patients, be it dry eye we collectively call them dry eye patients, let's face it, some of them have neurosensory abnormalities that, for example, like some patients may be mildly neurotrophic, right? But yet many of them are diagnosed, and I'm sure all of you know this, many of them are typically misdiagnosed as the sort of run-of-the-mill dry patients that just don't respond to our therapy, right? Because we're paying attention to only tear film. So knowing that there are additional dimension to the disease and in this new definition can be very important, because now if you find that your dry eye patients are not responding to your prescribed dry therapy, then we need to consider whether or not they have neurosensory abnormalities, such as potentially doing corneal sensitivity testing to diagnose whether or not they may be neurotrophic. And therefore, we know to treat them beyond their tear film and lacrimal functional unit. So, and then you'll be able to find different corneal testing, sensitivity testing method in the lecture that on the schedule that you could see, the neurotrophic keratitis lecture I have with Dr. Melissa Barnett called How to Heal When You Can't Feel.
Is it almost like analogous to growing up in optometry and learning about form thrust keratoconus, where it just was like a spectrum between normal and true keratoconus, the same thing, when now you have this in-between area that's hard to diagnose, hard to see clinically at first, and now you have to do further testing, kind of like that analogously?
Yeah, I love that analogy, Steve, because like many diseases that we take care of in the primary care level, whether it be glaucoma, like you said, form fruits keratoconus and keratoconus patients, or frankly, any ocular surface dry disease, ocular disease, surface disorder patients. There's a lot of variant overlapping between normal and abnormal, right? And so only in the extreme severe conditions do you really know that this person really have this condition. And typically when they're only in mild stages, they overlap so much with normal that it is very difficult to figure out exactly what underlying mechanism is causing the symptom of this patient. And so I love your analogy, because that's going to help us know how to zoom into what tests to perform and how to diagnose our patients.
More than that, the treatment, could you get oxivate, for example, in a person with mild neurotrophic where you can't show the signs to a insurance company, or they go more mild with other, maybe a membrane or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. And, you're stealing my thunder here, because I definitely plan on, introducing that in our conversation with regard to Oxervate or Sanidromin. So yes, insurance wise, as long as, in one of my, in the neurotrophic keratitis lecture that I just mentioned with Dr. Barnett, We talked about classification scheme of disease classification, and one of the common classification scheme to use. And as long as you can demonstrate that this patient fits under the classification, then you will be able to get the specialty pharmacy to, you don't actually personally have to work with your pharmacy. The way that many of these specialty drugs are nowadays distributed is you work through a specialty pharmacy that does the groundwork for you. So you send in your prescription, they collect the patient's insurance information, and then work it out with the insurance company to make sure it's covered. It does take some time, but that spares your staff or yourself from having to do the work. So yes, you could be a mild neurotrophic patient. In fact, we don't tend to see a lot of mild stage NK patients in our clinic, but we do talk to other clinics that actually have a lot of success with mild staging NK and using Oxervate.
And Clark, I'd like to actually put up on the screen, you can't see it, but our folks at home can, the Dompe Connect to Care. We had an interview with the folks at Dompe earlier that people saw, but this is really important to know about, right? Because you don't want to have to deal with ridiculous paperwork or insurance companies or anything else. So Dompe has a whole department set up essentially where you can funnel your patients and they can help sort of navigate this process so you can get the drug to the patient.
Right, but so like I said, the only thing is sometimes it takes a few weeks in between. So you do still have to cover your patients in terms of giving them other treatment prior to being able to give them the Senigermin or the Oxervate. So just make sure that you understand we still have to provide temporary treatment for these patients in the meantime while waiting for approval.
Sure. I mean, do patients typically go on monotherapy after that just on Oxervate, or do you still do other things sort of that may or may not help as well?
I know, in the examples that Steve mentioned with regard to, especially in like the mild stages of NK or neurotrophic keratitis for these patients, a lot of times monotherapy works fine. And even, in the very mild stage or emerging stage, possibly even just helping to improve their tear film and ocular surface will work. And that's why a lot of times they kind of fall under the dry eye patient category, because we didn't realize that these patients have that neural sensory abnormality because not everybody does corneal testing, or maybe there's no clue to do that at all every single time. But when you have patients getting into the full epithelial defect, non-healing, that's stage 2, or especially in stage 3 when the stroma is thinning or melting. Most of the time, monotherapy, those are the patients we get in our clinic. So we're typically throwing like combination treatments, including Oxervate, and then slowly as the Oxervate is helping the epithelium healing, and keep them on some therapy, combination therapy, a little longer, and then slowly wean them off, because in the clinical trial result with Oxervate, you're showing that majority of the patients, I think up to 80% of patients don't have relapse in their study over the 48 weeks of time, which is very unusual for neurotrophic patients not to have relapse after therapy. So we're very hopeful that we can get them down to minimum number of treatment after they heal. So it depends on the stage, to your question, Adam.
Clark, which is first, the chicken or the egg? Does somebody have dry eye corneal disease from MGD, etc., which then causes neurotrophic problems, or is the neurotrophic problem primary, which then causes dry eye disease, or could it be a combination?
I think I would love to know I would love to know the answers too, because I agree with you. I think it's a combination, because most of us tend to think, I believe in our conventional thinking, that the problem for specifically to neurotrophic patients, it's more, stemming from your nerve, and your tear film has nothing to do with it. But now after we, if we look into the Deuce report, we see that the state of your epithelium, especially with the membrane-associated mucus that's attached to your on the surface of the epithelium, helps with the spreading of the tear. So if you don't have healthy epithelium, your tear film is not going to be great, and if you don't have good neurotrophic support, your epithelium is not great. But so it tends to make everybody think it's more nerve first than. But the problem here is with chronic attack, of insult to the ocular surface, starting with just dry patients who may not have, maybe mixed or meibomian gland issues, and the epithelium integrity starts to not be as good as, as before. That actually leads to the fact that the epithelium is not feeding back to the nerve and causing the nerve to actually deteriorate, because there is a sensory loop that your epithelium provide neurotrophin to your nerve. So I think it's more of a combination.
Yep.
That's probably where, Steve, you have seen that a lot of dry patients or patients with ocular surface disease, they actually eventually could become neurotrophic, even if they weren't at the beginning.
Right.
That's thinking.
So Clark, we're actually out of time here, but I wanted to thank you for doing all this today. It's been great having you here and working on this, and I'm hoping that in the fall we're going to actually get to see you in person again.
Yes. Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Going to Expo West and to Academy?
Definitely Academy. I am going to be at AOA unexpectedly because they're giving me an award, which I'm very, very honored. And so I wasn't planning on being at AOA. So if you guys are going to be there, I would love to see everybody. Come say hi. But yes, definitely planning for Expo West and definitely Academy.
Awesome.
Great.
All right. Well, we'll see you on the road then. And congratulations on your award. And, if anyone has any questions for Clark, we're going to be taking him on ODwire. So I'm sure he'd be willing to come back and try to answer them.
Yeah. I'll give him 6 months lead time next time.
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for always having me, including me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right. Bye, Clark. All right. So always fun to see Clark. And now, and by the way, this was, I was on Dompe's site, nonk.com. If you've never been there, there's a general information site, has nothing to do with the medicine itself, all about NK, with really cool photos and stuff. Good for patients too, but also for doctors who may not know about it.
But that's really good information. That could revolutionize dry eye treatments, because if the drug was not so hard to get and expensive, you might be instituting that first rather than your typical other medications and other treatment remedies. If it's the nerve first that's causing it, solve the nerve. So if the nerve isn't functioning, then your tears are not going to be produced. And that's the whole cascading of events.
Yep. And so why don't we have our next visitor here, our next victim, should I say. Let me let him in the room, and we will see. It's Ben Turley from Zeiss. So we will see Ben, see him come in, see him get his audio connected. And let's see if he can get online here. Okay, so Ben, if you want to unmute yourself, hopefully your audio will work. So Ben, are you there?
Hey, Adam, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Ben?
I'm very well, my friend. Good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you. And, congratulations on actually leaving the house. I heard that you were at Expo East.
Yeah, Vision Expo East. Gosh, it was exactly what we expected to be. Obviously a quiet event in the bigger scheme of things compared to clearly, previous Vision Expo East down in Florida, but busier than we thought it would be, if that makes sense.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting, I didn't go, but I was picturing in my mind like just a ghost town, right? Of just, tumbleweeds blowing through the exhibit hall, but I guess it wasn't like that.
Well, you're probably not far wrong. We, for example, at the Zeiss booth, created a huge space. We wanted to make sure that from a social distancing point of view, everybody, was perfectly happy and comfortable. We're so used to our friends and customers, and customers being our friends, coming onto the booth and chatting with us. So for that reason, we took a minimal amount of, let's say, inventory and made sure that we had a lot of space, a lot of breakout space, not even any chairs and tables, just to make sure people chose how they wanted to social distance. So we had a huge area, no tumbleweed, but certainly more space than maybe we needed.
Right.
But you could spend more time with each customer / patient because of that also.
Yeah, it allowed people to how they wanted to, socially interact. I'll be honest with you, everybody seemed over COVID. It's easy for me to say that, but everybody seemed perfectly flexible and open. In fact, I would even say, whilst we ourselves maintained the mandatory masks, many of the delegates did not, and certainly in the Florida state, of course, outside of the convention center, and there was no mask. Everyone seemed to be over, what is essentially 400 days on from when we maybe shut down.
Yep. Well, I'm sort of at the place mentally too, where I think a lot of people are. If you're fully vaccinated and you're talking to somebody else who's fully vaccinated, this vaccine pretty much prevents disease, serious disease, 100% of the time. So we're starting to see people who, if they know they're with vaccinated people, you take the mask off. So I wonder if that's kind of the effect that you're seeing.
Yeah, maybe. But certainly from a business point of view, everyone was business as usual, very much a change in the workflow. Efficiency was the key. We saw a massive uptake in our Angioplex product, which is, of course, the OCTA. Everybody looking at ways in which they can step up their game, create that medical model, work towards differentiating themselves from their competitors, or just taking care of their patients. We all know OCTA, from an OCT perspective, takes, it ups the game. OCT in itself has always been that move or progression from a fundus image. And we've talked before, that 45-degree fundus image is, potentially mentioning a white paper created by a good friend of ours. That 45-degree fundus image is potentially a relic of the past. So moving forward, you're looking at that structural OCT. And now what we're seeing is if you were to scan a diabetic patient in your practice, that structural OCT in comparison to the reference or normative databases, that it doesn't show us anything. It flags as a perfectly normal patient. But if you were then to undertake an OCTA scan, that OCT angiography might show you some early, capillary dropout. It might be that this patient actually is an early problem compared to just viewing them on a structural OCT or even a fundus image. And that fundus image could even be a wide field fundus image. That Claris image is the whole globe almost of, that retinal surface. And it may not show what we're looking for in that diabetic patient. So OCTA was definitely the go-to at Vision Expo this year.
Yep, and I have up on the screen, I know you can't see it from where you are, but I'm showing some thickness maps, from Angioplex. Kind of amazing, actually, showing sort of what you can actually see. It's definitely a very different experience.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because, as I say, everybody knows that OCT can give us, for example, our wellness check, our wellness report. That wellness scan will do an overview and look at your retinal thickness. As you mentioned, it might be that it's looking at ganglion cell assessment, it might be looking at nerve fiber assessment, but those are obviously earlier indications of an issue compared to a fundus image. But OCT angiography takes us earlier still from the structural OCT and shows us elements that you may not have even picked up on. One could argue it's very early days and it's not my concern, but the reality is the earlier we can detect, the earlier we can care for our patients. So yeah, that was definitely the go-to this year.
Yep, and in fact, it's funny, we've had this weird dichotomy, the split of people who have an OCT and those who do not, right? And that was always the argument, like, how can you possibly practice without one? Now it seems like it's moving to, of course I have an OCT, do I have angiography, right? I think that's kind of the next frontier.
100%, yeah. And, I mentioned that fundus image, and it's the truth, that smaller focused view of just the fovea and 45-degree, it's just not enough. We've got an ophthalmoscope we can see more with. What we're finding is the adoption of our Claris product and seeing that whole, if you like, wide field presentation. If you drop that into the likes of Forum or Retinal Workplace or Glaucoma Workplace, you can pull all of these things together in one central repository, and then you can overlay. So you've got a 200-degree view, then you've got a OCT angiogram literally overlaid in the exact area that you were visualizing on your fundus image. Then, of course, we can look at progression analysis. within glaucoma workplace, we could be looking at our HFA results. And of course, that progression is what's important. I know we've spoken about it so many times before with the Cirrus products, but if you back track to the original Cirrus 4000, for example, you could take that product all the way through and you can keep and maintain your baselines, making sure that from a progression analysis, you're visualizing and monitoring and managing this patient correctly. So
right. And up on the screen right now, you can't see it. I actually have a Claris image. This is my retina. How does it work actually with Forum? So Forum actually does the hard task of lining up, right, the Claris image with the OCT. So it figures out somehow with AI or however it does it to make sure that it's perfectly aligned.
Yeah, you nailed it. Exactly that. It literally nails on the OCTA or the OCT from an en-face point of view onto that en-face image, your eye there, that Claris image. It will literally overlay exactly where it sits. And at this point, you can zoom in. And as you know from the Claris image, I mean, we talk about glaucoma. Glaucoma, one would tend to look at our color fundus image from a optic nerve point of view. And you'd think, well, why would I want a 200-degree view when that optic nerve is, of course, such a small area? Well, the beauty of the Claris product is we can zoom right down and enlarge that optic nerve as if that was the only image we captured. So if you think about it from a management point of view, yes, we need to look at our optic nerve. But of course, we know that the ganglion cell is affecting our glaucoma, if you like, prognosis and diagnosis. You could look, for example, at an OCTA or a ganglion cell assessment from a structural OCT overlaid on that foveal area and zoom out and away and see everything beautifully, as you say, perfectly overlaid and matched.
One very important point, we had a glaucoma expert on this morning, and he spoke about the Goldman, which was the only instrument around from 1957 on, and he feels that it's a minimum use now, that the OCT is where you go. So those optometrists that don't have any sort of OCT are missing the boat.
Yeah, you're right, Paul, because it's kind of things move on. It's a little bit like your phone today, or even your vehicle, your car. Things move on and technology advances, and a lot of the instances with OCT and the assessment and whether or not one has it in their practice really comes down to the fact that when one was at school, if you were at college, university, you were actually educating and gaining your qualification. What did you have access to? And as technology moves on, you might not have had access or actually learn about certain elements. So there's a big emphasis on us and through our professional education team to help and educate our users to see, this is what I can see. This is why this technology will benefit me. Because without that, you're just looking at it, that's a shiny new toy. And, do I really need a Tesla today? Sorry, I went down the car route there. But do I really need that? Well, maybe if you don't want to be spending all your money on gas, it's an option, and that's the point when it comes to looking at our patient. Do I want to care for my patient? Am I seeing enough? Am I giving my patients enough today? And when you have those new technologies and you, of course, appreciate and understand the benefits, then you can decide, okay, I want to invest. OCTA in the United States, of course, is not a reimbursable element at the moment. And globally, it is used a lot more than in the US. And of course, from a global marketing point of view, I see that with our different markets. And one could argue in some cases that it's simply because, well, it's not reimbursed, so I'm not going to invest in it. I'll do something else that I can gain, a monetary element back. But the reality is, we're talking about our patients and our patients' care. And many people in the US have adopted it because it actually elevates them and elevates their service and cares for their patient.
Right.
So yeah, we have to kind of, in some ways eat the cost into the practice, but actually it's elevating my practice. So that's, going back to your comment, Paul, yeah, there's certain things that we used to use. I mean, that ophthalmoscope's still hanging around, but there's definitely elements of our practice that have moved on, and things were gold standard, and I'm sure there'll be new gold standards moving forward.
Ben, could you draw an analogy between what a typical regular fluorescein angiography does compared to OCTA? Because that's reimbursable. And I'm curious to see if your feeling is OCTA might pick up more easily without the injections and the nausea, etc. If that's the case, we should get a CPT code for it, which would be an easier, probably cheaper test done by optometry or ophthalmology. What's your information about that?
Yeah, no, that's a very fair comment, Stephen. I think the best way to describe that is in layman's terms. A fluorescein angiogram, of course, is an invasive dye. We inject it into the system. Who knows how I'm going to react physically to that invasive procedure? It takes time. One needs to be assessed before one actually has that injection. Once they've had that injection, it takes time for the dye to move from the arm through the system to the eye. And then we might be looking at those earlies, mids, and lates. Those are the kind of standard terms we use when we do our fluorescein angiogram. And sometimes you might even want 20-minute lates. More importantly, you could only do it once. So let's now talk about OCT angiography. Well, OCTA is non-invasive, and we can use or capture it as many times as we want. It takes literally seconds to capture. And the only main difference would be that with fluorescein angiography, so FFA, fundus fluorescein angiography, one could see the actual leakage point because we inject a contrast dye, which shows almost a before and after. Whereas with OCT angiography, you won't see the leakage point, but the benefit where the pool of that contrast dye would basically turn into a big glowing ball of, nightmare. Yes, okay, it's telling us this is the problem, but where OCTA benefits is you would physically see almost like a little, street map of exactly where, for example, neovascularization might be. And you can physically see exactly what's going on and where it's happening. Mm-hmm. So in answer to your question, Steve, it might be that if I was in an ophthalmology practice and I needed 10 fluorescein angiograms on our patients today, 9 of those could actually be OCTA. One of them, we might well have needed an actual fluorescein angiogram to physically locate one particular point where we want to laser. But of course, we're having this conversation in an OD practice. One wouldn't be lasering and one wouldn't necessarily be injecting fluorescein angiography invasively. So that's where OCTA comes into its own. And when we talk about the early diagnosis, well, let's face it, in our practice today, we're the first people to see the patient. We're going to see that patient before they get to an MD practice. So using OCT angiography and identifying and then being able to manage that patient, also not having to refer out. How many times do we refer out and then not see that patient sadly come back because they've locked into, whether it's shiny, somebody's gone into a practice, look at all these wonderful toys they've got here, this is where I'm going to remain, or whether it's quite simply that that's the practice that in their situation they can be managed and we don't have that equipment. Uh-huh. So it goes, many different ways. But yeah, in answer to your question, Steve, I think it really comes down to OCTA was in its infancy. OCTA has been reviewed by our key opinion leaders and research, etc. And now is the time we are seeing it's really being adopted because of its benefits.
Right. And so if you already have a Cirrus unit, how does this actually work? Do you bolt on an extra module? Do you need a brand new one? How does that all go?
Really, really simple. It really is just a click of a button from a licensing point of view. In our, let's say, more modern devices, if you have an older device like a 4000, one needs to upgrade, to the next device. But in most cases, our Zeiss customers with a Cirrus device, it literally is just a licensing click on, and we can do that remotely.
So it's built into the instrument already?
Yeah, it's already built in from a software application point of view. As I say, subject to which exact device you have, but please reach out to your local representative and they'll talk you through that and look at the best way forward.
Wow. That's fairly incredible. I would guess on the newer devices, probably the performance is faster. Is it safe to say?
Yeah, like we were talking about, the phone earlier or the vehicle. Technology moves on, and of course the latest, the greatest. And that doesn't necessarily mean you need to go all out. Of course, we just want to make sure that you've got the right technology to take full advantage of the application. And the reason for that is, without boring everybody to tears, OCTA captures a lot of data over a rapid time. So yeah, your very early device wasn't able to capture at a pace that was capable of producing the results that we have today. So yeah, if you've got a very early Cirrus device, we might need to bring you up to date. But hey, what better time to invest in yours and your patient's future?
You'll be happy to know that we have Dr. Julie Rodman speaking. She's the head of, imaging at Nova University. Are you familiar with her?
Yeah, excellent. Yes.
She's lecturing on OCT and geography. So you're getting the information out there through her also.
That's perfect. Yeah, there's many, as I say, it was definitely a big uptake this year at VEE. And maybe, although we had many customers who had adopted in if you like, this space, maybe COVID, maybe efficiency requirements, just moving our patients through and making good assessment of our patients, as best as we can, as quickly and as efficiently as we can. Maybe that came through. Wow.
Wow. Well, who is that superstar?
Adam, I'm seeing food on the table.
I have my production assistant who actually saw me suffering here. He could tell I was starving. So what are those things? Are those donuts? For real? Oh, thank you. Wow. Awesome.
Wow.
Look at this.
Now you're making us. So this is the downside, Steve Paul, of the virtual environment.
Right.
Because if we were all together, we could actually share, Adam.
Not a chance.
I'll drink to that.
Thank you, my friend. All right. Well, Ben, thank you so much for being here today. I really look forward to seeing you in person again, because this has really been difficult. So, I mean, I love virtual conferences, but boy, it's going to be nice getting out to Expo in the fall.
We'll see you in September.
Yeah, I genuinely look forward to it, gentlemen. As you said, quite rightly, VEE changed it up a little step, baby steps. I'm sure, the next meetings that we get to will be grander and let's hope back to normal, my friends.
Almost normal, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great, Ben. Nice having you.
Absolute pleasure.
All right. Thanks, Ben.
Bye now.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All righty. So
I didn't broach the subject, but there's use of this instrument peripherally now, or beginning-wise, in the detection of Alzheimer's even before it occurs, and some various other Parkinsonism, etc., because they seem to see the microvascular changes in the retina. But would you want to have it done when there's nothing you could do about it?
Yeah, that's the big question, I guess. So it looks like it's 5 minutes to 11 here. So I think what we're going to do is take a break.
Yep.
I've got a video to show people. So one of the lectures from CEwire this year is with Richard Whitland, who's a surgeon. And this lecture is all about why can't my patients see postoperatively, right? For a patient who's apparently had a good surgical outcome, but they're still not seeing as well as they'd like. And he kind of reviews the reasons why that might be and what you can do to try to optimize their outcome. So I thought it was a cool one to do.
Yep.
So
I know him personally. He's very practical and very easy to speak to. Very pro optometry also.
Absolutely. That's why he's giving this talk at CEwire, but I figure I'd throw it into the channel right now just as a freebie. You can't get credit for it if you watch it here, but it's still worth watching. So it's about an hour long, and we'll be back after that and pick it up again with more interviews. So
At 3 o'clock
Yep. So I will,
Eastern time.
Yep. So I'll see you guys then.
Got it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Richard Whitland. I'm a surgeon in New Jersey, and I have run an optometric referral center for the past 30 years, giving me the opportunity to co-manage hundreds and hundreds of cataract patients with dozens and dozens of doctors. We're going to spend the next amount of time talking about what happens when your patient has cataract surgery, yet doesn't seem to be doing just right. How to work through that. A little bit of levity would probably be nice, considering what a miserable year 2020 has been. A recent article in the Daily Post reported that a man sued his local hospital, saying that after his wife had surgery there, she appeared to have lost all interest in sex. The hospital spokesman replied, "Mrs. Harper was admitted for cataract surgery, but all we did was correct her eyesight." Your patient on the first postoperative visit looks like this. And being as you only work with the world's greatest cataract surgeon, you've got to figure out now, the patient's in your office, what's going on. Let's talk about the causes of corneal edema on the first postoperative day. Excessive phacoenergy is probably the most likely. Associated with that, of course, would be prolonged surgical time. The more trauma, the more inflammation inside the eye, the more corneal edema you're going to get. So you need to be aware of your patient's preoperative status. How dense was the nucleus? A 4+ nucleus, it's going to be more likely that they're going to have more corneal swelling. Did they have a very shallow anterior chamber? Were they a +8 hyperope? The surgeon had less room to work. More than likely, you're going to get some damage to the endothelium. How healthy was the cornea going into this? Was there pre-existing corneal disease, such as Fuchs or severe guttata? With time, fortunately, most corneas will clear. Clearing is usually gradual. It's more guarded if there is diffuse edema rather than just localized edema to the area of the incision. If the cornea really hasn't cleared by 6 weeks, it's time to start getting a little nervous. The patient may well end up needing a DSEC or similar procedure. In the meantime, you do have some treatment options that you can do. I always increase the topical steroids, at least short term. If typically the patient's on 4 times a day steroids, you can go to 6 or 8 for the first few days. You could switch them to a more potent steroid. If they were on Lotemax, you can go to Durezol. Of course, if you do that, you have to be very careful to make sure you keep monitoring their intraocular pressure. 5% hypertonic saline solution helps somewhat. In my experience, it works better on epithelial edema than stromal edema, but it does help. And of course, you can try to lower the intraocular pressure. You're trying to make things easier for the endothelium to pump out the fluid and clear the cornea. So you have to check intraocular pressure, because obviously elevated intraocular pressure can be a cause of diffuse epithelial edema. And localized edema, where the phacotip went in, is usually just localized swelling related to the ingress and egress of fluid and tends to resolve nicely. Supposing the pressure's high on the first day, The most common cause is that despite the best efforts, the surgeon did not remove all of the retained viscoelastic. Some got left inside the eye. Other causes include things like an excessive anterior chamber reaction, a severe iritis. Oftentimes you'll see some fibrin. Patients who have pre-existing glaucoma already have compromised outflows, so they're more prone to get a spike. So are patients who had exfoliation preoperatively. I sometimes will get phone calls wanting to know if this could be a steroid response. The answer is no. I've never seen a steroid response sooner than about 7 to 8 days after surgery. Pressure rises within that window are usually coming from something else. Do all pressure rises need to be treated? No. In most cases, elevated intraocular pressures will revert towards normal in 48 hours or less as the viscoelastic material is cleared through the meshwork. Whether or not you have to intervene really depends on a couple of factors. How high is the intraocular pressure? For me, 30 is kind of the number I get worried about. What is the status of the patient's optic disc? If they have a normal, healthy optic disc with a 0.2 cup, they're going to be able to tolerate that without any problem. If they have a compromised disc with a 0.8 or a 0.9 cup, you need to be more aggressive. And of course, how is your patient doing? Patients will come in and have pressures of 35 and be seemingly asymptomatic. Other patients with the same level of pressure are complaining of pain, discomfort, nausea, or vomiting. Those are the kind of things that may make you want to lower the pressure. Treatment options include installing something in your office, a single drop of a prostaglandin analog or a beta blocker if there's no medical contraindication, or one of the combo drops that you happen to have in your office. Oral Diamox works very well as an adjunct. Often I will use the Diamox sequels, 500 milligrams once or twice daily. If the pressure is significantly high in the 40s or 50s, and if you were comfortable doing it, you can do what's called burping the wound. You can take a sterile spatula and depress carefully one of the lips of the incision and allow a little bit of aqueous to come out. This will immediately lower the pressure. I find it not always so helpful because it's a short-term fix, but the pressure tends to go back up. In most cases, if you really felt this needs to be done, I would say refer the patient back to the surgeon and let them do it, but that's really up to you. Assuming you treat it in your office, have the patient sit around for 60 or 90 minutes and then recheck the pressure. Make sure it's headed in the right direction. What's going on here? Your patient shows up with this. Obviously, there was some complication because your patient has an anterior chamber lens implant in there. But if you look at the iris, you can see it does not look good. It's actually bowed forward. It's billowing into the anterior chamber. Why is this happening? Shallow anterior chambers in an early postoperative period are usually associated with one of the followings. There can be a wound leak. That's probably the most common. It's usually associated with a hypotonic eye. You can check the pressure. I often get a phone call, well, can I check the pressure? Yeah, I need to know what the pressure is because that's going to help determine what we're going to do. So they're going to have a soft eye. If you do, and you should do, a Seidel test, it will usually be positive. What you saw on the previous slide was evidence of a pupillary block. In this case, the pressure would be high. The iris is bowed forward. You may medically treat that patient at the beginning almost like what you would do if you were treating an angle closure. That patient's going to need a laser iridotomy. There's a blockage of aqueous flow, and as I said, you may be able to treat it medically to get the pressure down, but ultimately that patient's going to need to get a PI done. If you practice in a state where you can do it, feel free. If not, you need to refer that patient out. A choroidal detachment is another possible cause. It is usually associated with low intraocular pressure. In order to diagnose it, you need to dilate that patient, or if for some reason you're afraid to, you need to do a B scan in your office. If you don't have that capability, the patient should be referred back to the surgeon or to a local retina specialist for the B scan. A large part of how aggressive you need to be in making a treatment decision is whether the chamber is shallow or flat. Corneal touch needs to be avoided. So if your patient looks like this and you've got iris plastered up against the cornea, intervention needs to happen earlier and more aggressively before you get permanent damage to the corneal endothelium. If you have a gap and you don't have iridocorneal touch, you have more time to work on this without really worrying that you're going to end up with a decompensated cornea when all is said and done. As I said before, a B scan is very useful. You can see, looking at this, clearly there are choroidal folds and choroidal elevation that you can see in this picture. Wound leaks can be managed conservatively, typically with the use of a bandaged contact lens and antibiotic drops, unless, one, there is any prolapse of iris tissue through the wound. Any exteriorization of iris tissue is a surgical emergency. We've already talked about flat chambers with iridocorneal touch. If you have a patient who has a wound leak, you should get on the phone, and this is co-management. You should communicate with your surgeon. The patient will never admit that they rubbed their eye, so you can ask them, but they will never admit that they did it. Make sure they don't, and make sure they go back to wearing their shield. Typically, in situations like this, I tell them to wear their shield full time. I do not usually pressure patch this. I usually find the bandaged contact lens and antibiotics will work. This is a surgical emergency. When I do cataract surgery, if I have any doubt about wound integrity, or if I have a patient who maybe has early Alzheimer's or anything like that, and I have any doubt about wound integrity, I put in a suture. Leaky wounds increase the risk of endophthalmitis. I typically use a 10-0, means a very tiny vicryl, which is a resorbable suture, which will go away in about a month. Other things that can be done, there is a synthetic sealer called Resure, which will polymerize and seal the wound, and it sloughs off in about a week. This is what it looks like. This is a 10-0 nylon suture. It could be left indefinitely, but typically I'll take it out in about 2 to 3 weeks. Let's talk for a minute about something that's potentially serious but rare called TAS, Toxic Anterior Segment Syndrome. With TAS, it is a non-infectious sterile inflammation in the anterior segment. Typically, it occurs 12 to 48 hours after surgery. If you do culture these patients, they are culture negative. If you do, and we're going to talk about it, a B scan, if you look into their vitreous, the vitreous is clear. This is limited to the anterior segment. Very typically, the patient will present with limbus to limbus corneal edema, And despite looking like this, they tend to be relatively pain-free. And again, the differential diagnosis when you see a patient, of course, with a hypopyon, is the first thing that you start thinking about is, does this patient have endophthalmitis? Endophthalmitis, by definition, is a bacterial infection, especially this early. It's not fungus or anything weird like that, where you have inflammation in both the anterior and posterior segments, whereas with TAS, it's anterior segment only. A B scan is very helpful. You do a B scan, as you can see on this one, you can see all the areas of haze and opacification in the vitreous. So this patient has significant vitreous opacities and infiltrates. This patient has presumptive ocular endophthalmitis. Let's talk about this next patient. I'm going to present a case. This is an 85-year-old female. She has a pre-existing history of dry eye and blepharitis. She had uncomplicated cataract surgery 6 weeks ago. However, 2 weeks after surgery, she fell and she was hospitalized. You haven't seen her since, but she's continued to take all of her postoperative drops since the surgery. At least that's what you're being told. And now she presents in your office. This is what her eye looks like. So what is going on? Here's another example of something similar. What you're looking at are corneal melts, probably related to the topical NSAID. The potential association between the use of topical nonsteroidals and corneal melts has been known for a long time, since 1999, and originally it started with generic diclofenac or generic Voltaren. And for a long time, people were afraid to use nonsteroidals just for this reason. The incidence of corneal melts goes up in a setting of a dry eye patient, just like this patient had, with the chronic use of a nonsteroidal. The newer nonsteroidals, such as Prolensa and Nevanac, seem to have a lot lower incidence of this type of problem. The key in this patient, which you're not going to find out unless you ask for, is that this patient, during their hospitalization, was switched from Prolensa to generic ketorolac 4 times a day. You, as the co-managing doctor, were not informed. They just went ahead and did it, and as a result, your patient now has a corneal melt. That needs to be referred back to the surgeon or to your local cornea specialist. Decimase detachment. If you look at this picture, you can see that line behind the cornea is decimase membrane. An anterior segment OCT will show this really good. These are different examples of detachments of decimase membrane. The top one is more localized. The one on the bottom right is pretty extensive. Decimase detachments happen fairly commonly after cataract surgery. Most of them, fortunately, are small localized attachments that resolve spontaneously. If they're more extensive, you can get more corneal edema. You can try using hypertonic saline. Face-down positioning can be helpful if you can get the patient to cooperate, to lay face down on a chair or sofa, or if they can sleep on their stomach. You can usually wait a week or two, but if there is no resolution, then desmetopexy needs to be done. This is not something you would do. This would be referred back to the surgeon for an air or gas tamponade to take that detached decimase and press it back up against the endothelium. That usually works to reattach it. So now your patient has progressed to the point that you're seeing them back for their 1-week checkup. The vision at that point should be at a pretty good level, one that you're comfortable with. If it's not, you need to start investigating why. Pinhole acuity is really helpful. I don't know how many people at this point still do it, but if the patient has poor acuity and pinholes to much better, it's number one, it's very reassuring, and number two, it starts pointing you in certain directions. You can do a refraction at 1 week. I usually will tell you don't bother doing it any sooner, but with modern phaco, if the cornea is relatively clear, you can get a ballpark refraction. So this way you can start being sure at least your patient is in the right refractive ballpark. You want to check the IOL position, especially if it's a toric lens. You want to make sure it's where it's supposed to be, especially if your patient's visual acuity is not what you're thinking. Corneal clarity should be assessed. Most corneas should be pretty clear at week 1, unless, again, there was a very dense cataract or the patient had significant fuchs. You also really want to check for SPK, for superficial punctate keratitis. One of the things that will help is that pinhole acuity. Patients with significant SPK typically don't refract very well, but they will get significant improvement with the pinhole. Things that you have to start thinking about. Why does your patient have some SPK? They may have pre-existing ocular surface disease or dry eye disease, which has been made worse by the cataract surgery and by all the medications, which then makes you think about medication toxicity or preservative toxicity. Eyelid pathology also contributes. I've seen patients develop postoperatively entropions, extropions, lax levators, and failure to blink completely will lead to corneal exposure and SPK. So one needs to search for the cause. Treatment options include non-preserved artificial tears. You may consider switching the patient to a non-preserved medication or medications that require fewer drops per day. Find a BID med as opposed to a QID med. And again, I would go back to your non-steroidal and really find out which one, because very typically that drug is switched by the pharmacist without anyone's knowledge. And you need to make sure what they're taking. You also can switch to a non-drop alternative, such as Dextenza. For those of you who are not familiar with it, Dextenza is an intracanalicular steroid implant. It is dexamethasone, and it slowly elutes over 30 days, and then the implant resorbs, and you would insert it just like you would put in a plug. It goes in exactly the same way, but this would decrease your number of steroid drops, and so this is an option that I sometimes use in patients where I'm really concerned about drop compliance. So Dextenza, something to be aware of. Your patient has now disappeared for 3 weeks, and they come back at a month. At this point, being as you had the world's greatest cataract surgeon do this, all should be looking good. The acuity should be as good as expected, maybe 20/20, maybe 20/40, 20/50, if there's some macular pathology, but in the range you expected. The cornea is clear, anterior chamber is quiet, the lens appears to be in a good position. This is a great time to dilate the patient and check the retina. And hopefully everything looks great. But supposing it's now 1 month and the patient is in your chair and the vision is not what you expect. How do you work through this? First thing is do a refraction. Was there a power miss? This can happen despite the best efforts and the best measurements of your surgeon. Patients need to be aware of this. It's part of the informed consent. It happens much less than it used to happen, but the incidence of this is not and cannot be zero. It's more likely to happen in unusual circumstances. So patients who are highly myopic, patients who are 12, 15, 18 diopters myopic, are tougher to get good measurements on. In a similar fashion, patients who are highly hyperopic are also more difficult because the database that the nomograms are based on are just not as thorough. There just aren't as many data points in it. So first thing is make sure the refraction is about where it's supposed to be. Take a good look at the ocular surface. The corneas should be clear. There should not be prominent SPK. Check the posterior capsule. It's a little bit early for secondary membranes, but it's not too early. I certainly have seen patients who have significant PCO at 1 month. Also, sometimes when you're removing cataracts, some of the cataract actually involves the posterior capsule. And I've seen posterior capsules that are cloudy or fibrotic on the table. I don't want to pop it on the table. So I'll polish it up to a point, but there are times that I already know, because that posterior capsule is not clear, that that patient is going to need a YAG. And I don't like to do it right away. I like to let the inflammation in the anterior segment subside. I want the eye to be quiet before I do a YAG because I don't want to cause any cystoid macular edema. At 4 weeks, checking the retina for CME is a good thing to do. So if in fact your acuity is fine, you're in good shape, but if the acuity is less than what you think, it's a good time to check that macula. Fortunately, it's pretty common for people to have OCT machines in their office. If you got one, this is a great time to get an OCT. If you don't have one, it's a good time to get one, which may mean sending the patient to your local retina specialist or back to your co-managing surgeon. The other thing to consider, if everything else is turning out negative, is optic nerve disease. Some patients will have pre-existing optic nerve disease that really can't be detected until the cataract comes out. So you need to start thinking about doing your neuro workup. So you may have to bring the patient back for this, because by the time you've now thought about this, you've already dilated the patient. So bring the patient back for another visit. Check their pupils, look for APDs, do color vision testing, do visual fields, do your neuro workup, and then act accordingly. It's a month out, it's 6 weeks out, it's 8 weeks out, and your patient has persistent uveitis. What's going on? First thing you need to do is ask about drop compliance. Patients never voluntarily tell you they didn't take their drop. And if you ask them when the last time they took it, they're inevitably going to tell you they took it that day or at least an hour before your visit. But you really need to go over with the patient or their caregiver to make sure they're actually getting their drops, and they're getting their drops in their eye and not on their eyelids. Assuming compliance and they're doing what you're telling them, this can still occur, most commonly in deeply pigmented patients. So it's rare for me to find this in blue-eyed blonde women, but in African American patients where it seems like the iris pigment just soaks up the meds, I do sometimes see it happen. What you're looking for in particular at this point is a retained lens fragments. And these little chips can hide anywhere. And if you search around the anterior chamber and you really don't see anything, slap a gonio lens on that eye. They're out a month. It's not really a problem. You shouldn't disrupt their wound. Take a look in their angle, especially the inferior angle. Chips have a tendency to lodge and hide in the inferior angle. Do a dilated exam. Get a good look at the lens implant and get a good look at the capsular bag. Retained lens fragments do produce, as I said, this chronic inflammation. Cortex and nuclear fragments look different. The eye reacts differently to them, and the treatment is different. So you have to be able to distinguish between the two. Cortex looks fluffy white in appearance. It's typically peripheral lens material. These are lens fibers, and they hydrate in that 24 hours between cataract surgery and when you see them. So when you say, my God, how could Dr. So-and-so have left this in the eye? Well, it wasn't that visible when he got done doing cataract surgery. And also, these little pieces will sometimes be hung up very peripherally, where it's difficult to aspirate and get them out. You may think as the surgeon, well, it's going to be okay to leave this small piece because it's small, it's in the periphery, it's not really going to cause any problem. Well, gravity, unfortunately, tends to act up. The patient moves around, and this little chip that you thought was going to be hidden has now hydrated, has become nice and fluffy, and there it is sitting in the anterior chamber. So if it's white and fluffy, it can be managed conservatively with low-dose topical steroids. You don't want to hit them hard with steroids because you don't want to completely suppress all the inflammation, because it is the macrophages and T cells that are going to get into the anterior chamber and gobble this up and help it resorb over the next several weeks. So keep them on a low dose of topical steroids, monitor the intraocular pressure and make sure they don't have a pressure spike, and reassure your patient that this does occasionally happen, that 99% of the cataract is gone. The surgeon did do a good job. You've been communicating with the surgeon, and you're going to monitor the patient over the next several weeks, and your anticipation is that this is going to go away. And this is what it looks like. So that is a piece of white, fluffy cortical material sitting inferiorly. This piece of material looks different. It's darker, it's brown, and it doesn't look fluffy. This is a retained nuclear chip. So it's yellow-brown in color. It tends to have sharp edges. And this will produce a strong inflammatory response. Typically, you'll have 2 to 3 plus cells and flare reaction. You may very well have some overlying corneal edema, and it does not undergo spontaneous resorption. And if left alone, this chronic uveitis will elicit CME, vitreitis, and irritation in the retina. This type of thing, this retained nuclear chip, needs to be referred back to the surgeon. It's relatively easy to remove. You need to bite the bullet before the patient develops chronic cystoid macular edema or chronic corneal decompensation. That chip needs to come out. In the setting of a chronic low-grade inflammation that develops or persists from several weeks to several months after cataract surgery, you need to consider that what you're looking at is more than post-op uveitis. So as I said, you need to look around very carefully for retained lens material. But when I was a resident back when Abraham Lincoln was president and the Civil War had just ended, we used to have a saying that if you hear hoof beats in Central Park, don't think of zebras. Common things are common. But in this situation, you need to start thinking about zebras. So if your patient looks like this, and what you're looking at now, all of these deposits, these whitish deposits, are on the lens implant surface itself, either the anterior or the posterior surface. So these are not KPs on the cornea, okay? This is on the lens. And if this is in a setting of a persistent inflammation, you need to start thinking of P. acnes endophthalmitis, okay? You'll see white plaques on the capsular bag. These are colonies of inflammatory cells. The typical clinical course is you put the patient on steroids, the inflammation gets better, the number of these plaques and opacifications get a little less, but every time you try to wean that patient off the steroids, it just reoccurs. The treatment for this is very complicated. It is not something that you, as the co-managing doctor, should consider undertaking on your own. Sometimes it will respond to repeated intravitreal vancomycin injections. However, usually you need to combine the vancomycin with a vitrectomy and sometimes even removing the explant. A good way to make the diagnosis, again, is anterior segment OCT. If you don't happen to have it, you can send the patient out for the image, and if you look at it, you can see the capsular bag where the arrow is not small and flat. It is thickened and distended and filled with inflammatory and infectious material. So again, this is Propionibacterium acne. It is an anaerobic gram-positive bacterium. That's why it can grow even though it's sequestered in the capsule bag. It's very slow growing. It adheres to the capsule remnants, and it is very difficult to eradicate just with antibiotics. As I said, if you get very lucky on your patient, the surgeon or the retina specialist might be able to get away with several intravitreal vancomycin injections, but typically you've got to open the capsule and surgically remove some of that material. It is now 1 to 2 months following cataract surgery. Your patient opted for a premium lens implant. They paid a bunch of money to the surgeon. You may have gotten some as the co-managing doctor, and they're not satisfied with their results. How do you approach this patient? The first thing to do is to listen to the complaints of the patient. What are they unhappy about? Have they been unhappy from day one, or is it something new? The first thing I think you need to go over in patients like this is you need to, if things look okay to you, okay, is what was the patient's expectations? Perhaps they were unrealistic. Maybe your patient's actually doing pretty well, but they thought they would be doing better. They see like a 45-year-old. They thought they were going to see like an 18-year-old. So the first thing you have to do is understand where the patient's coming from. If they're unhappy from day one, well, it's unlikely that it's a secondary membrane. It's going to be something else. So you have to start figuring out, running through your little laundry list of why this patient is unhappy. So do your exam. Go through it all over again to make sure you're not missing something. So do a good cycloplegic refraction. Get an auto refraction on that patient. Check their ocular surface. See if the lens is centered in the capsule bag. If you can, see if the lens is centered with their undilated pupil. Some people have significant angle kappas, and you need to make sure that the IOL optical center and the patient's pupillary center line up. And of course, you want to check the status of the posterior capsule. You want to get an OCT and look at the macula. You really want to check for residual astigmatism, both irregular astigmatism, which would make me think of some type of ocular surface disease, dry eye, medication, something you could treat, or residual corneal astigmatism, which you would pick up on refraction and corneal topography. If there's a diopter or more of uncorrected residual astigmatism, premium IOLs will simply not work as well as they are capable of working. And if all else is fine, that may be something that's going to need to be surgically treated. You also, again, need to check for toric IOL positioning and make sure the lens hasn't rotated, whether they've gotten a monofocal toric lens or they got a multifocal toric lens. That would be a problem if that lens was significantly out of position. So again, consider patient expectations. They have SBK, treat their ocular surface disease aggressively. Make sure the patient has realistic expectations. Reset them again and again if necessary. Neuroadaptation is a real phenomenon. It really, in some patients, takes 3-4 months to fully develop. So at a month, if the patient is noticing some glare or halos, you can explain it to them, you can reassure them, and sometimes that's all you need to do. And in most cases, the human brain is a wonderful device, and over the next couple months, your patient's going to neuroadapt and settle down. But then you have to go back, if all else fails, and go, was this patient a good candidate for this technology in the first place? We try to screen out, in my practice, patients who have anatomical reasons, but there are patients with psychological, emotional reasons who are just not good candidates for this. They are too anal, too obsessive. They have emotional and psychological difficulties. This is where you, as the co-managing and referring doctor, can be tremendously helpful to your co-managing surgeon, because you will have seen these patients sometimes for years. I've seen the patient once. You may have a better insight into their emotional makeup than I can possibly have with one visit. So think about it before the patient leaves your office. Maybe you want to give your surgeon a heads up.
Hi, Ed.
Troubleshooting. The status of the posterior capsule becomes important. Why? Because you're now at a decision point. If you think the patient was really the wrong candidate for this technology, and if you're really starting to think that your patient's going to need a lens exchange, you don't want to open the posterior capsule. Lens exchanges means, okay, things didn't work out, but with an intact posterior capsule, most lens exchanges can be done successfully. You can put in a monofocal lens, and you can move on. If there's an open posterior capsule and the patient's already had a YAG, it is much more difficult. You are going to have to do a vitrectomy. Putting a new lens in and how you fixate it become much more problematic. So this is a critical decision point. The other thing I find very useful is to demonstrate to the patient what they're going to be giving up. The -3 diopter test. Take a -3 diopter lens, stick it in front of each eye and say, okay, Mrs. Jones, this is how you're reading with your multifocal lens. If we take the lens out, this is how you're going to be reading. And a lot of patients, when they realize that what they've got is not so bad and what they're going to end up with is much worse, they'll stop complaining. And their neuroadaptation will proceed much more smoothly. So remember the -3 test. We mentioned a little bit before that there are certain types of sustained release steroid options. Just be aware of it in case your surgeon is doing it. One of these is DexaQ, which is a little pellet that is put intracamerally at the end of surgery and can cause pressure rises. And Dextenza is what we talked about before. It's the intracanalicular steroid plug. Again, both of these things do work. They help to reduce the need for drops, but they can produce elevations in pressure, which leads into how do you manage glaucoma in the setting of cataracts? Demographically, these two conditions overlap. Does your patient have relatively mild glaucoma,
Hello.
I'm
whereas some
here.
of my patients will call
Hi.
it pre-glaucoma, where
Good,
they
good,
might
good.
benefit
You have your lunch?
just from taking out
Ate?
the
No,
cataract,
I just had a banana. This is still morning for me.
or do
I'll
they
have
need
lunch
some type
after.
of combined
We
procedure?
have a house
So
full of
one has
people
to
here.
consider
My
the
daughter,
severity of their
son-in-law,
glaucoma, how many
grandkids
drops are they
We're all
using,
visiting.
what is the status of their optic nerve and their visual fields. Cost is also a legitimate factor. You know, if we go ahead and do something surgically, well, it's
I can't
usually
hear you.
covered by the patient's medical insurance. Depending upon their drug coverage, they may
Yes.
be running into
Now I can
significant
hear you.
out-of-pocket
Good.
I think I have the
pharmaceutical
chat
costs.
thing on.
Which brings
No,
us
I
to
just
talk
said I
about
was setting my thing a little
MIGS,
lower.
minimally
Oh, I see. Okay,
invasive
let me get off
glaucoma
this chair.
surgery. There truly
I'm
is
good
a
now?
paradigm
Yeah, I
shift
can hear you.
happening in the
I
treatment
see.
of
It comes
glaucoma,
in here. Yeah, I
especially at
see.
the time
Okay.
of cataract
Okay.
surgery.
Yeah, so we have
the old days,
a house full
the
of folks here.
Standard of
In a
care, the
tiny
gold
apartment.
standard was a surgical
This is the
trabeculectomy.
first
We used to like
experience
doing
we've
those
had
from a technical
with a
point of view.
two-bedroom apartment.
They were
that
very
we have for
effective at lowering
major
intraoptic
housing.
pressures.
Mhm.
You could
So
get
my
pressures
wife's
of
going
7,
nuts.
8, 9, and 10.
We're not sleeping here, but
Unfortunately,
we're
they
gonna
carried
feed
significant
10 people
risks,
tonight.
both short and
Small place.
long term, mostly
That's the-
related to the creation.
That's the decision we're
of your
coming to, because I still own the big house in New Jersey and the place in Florida, and we want to move closer to my daughter in northern New Jersey. To sell this house, which is about 4,500 square feet, and move into a townhouse, like you say, 2 or 3 bedrooms, with 2,000 square feet. It's a big change because we're used to having our own dens and having room for people to sleep over. So I don't know if I want to do it, but we'll.
On the other hand, this is the time to take the money and
MIGS
run.
is
Oh,
an
yeah,
excellent
but,
option for patients
You're
with
gonna-
mild to moderate
It's absurd.
glaucoma.
They say you put your
Most
house on the
mixed
market
procedures
for
are
less
being
than you
done in
think,
conjunction with
less than you
cataract
listed, and you
surgery.
get 10 people offering
There
it, and
are
it goes
a
way above.
variety of
Yeah, you know, so
FDA-approved
your timing is
procedures
perfect,
that are out
unlike
there.
me. When
They
we had to
work
sell
on
our
different
house in Sands
aspects of the
Point,
drainage
Mhm.
system.
we had to sell
There
it just
are
when they had the
trabecular
mansion
bypass shunts, like
tax.
the iStent or the
So the way it
Hydrus.
worked was
There are
anyone that paid over $1 million
instruments that review,
had to pay a
remove
tax
a piece of
on
trabecular
the
you-
tissue,
purchase.
like
You got
the
$500,000
K-hook dual
exclusion,
blade
or that didn't
trabecular
work even?
tone.
No, there
some make an
wasn't,
aqueous
there wasn't
shunt
anything
to the
like that
subconjunctival space.
with
No,
the
A
buyer
little bit more
was
like
getting
a
screwed.
trabeculectomy
So you
kind
had to
of
lower
thing
your
called
price
Zen,
below $1 million
and there was some under development.
And
uh,
in Sands
that
Point,
would
the
drain
houses
into
were
the
going for
suprachoroidal space.
well over $1 million on
MIG's
housing,
greatest
even
advantage
in the
is
1990s.
the much improved
So,
safety profile compared to
Yeah,
traditional
what happened
glaucoma
within Sands
surgery.
Point
The
was
disadvantage is
there was a
it's
tennis
not
player
in
called
general
Ian
going to get your
Borg.
pressure as low.
I know.
So
Not,
if you
Yeah.
have a patient
not,
who needs a pressure
not the,
of 8
not
because
Bjorn
they've
Borg.
got
Yeah, Bjorn
a
Borg, right.
He
0.95
he
cup,
was number one. Yeah,
they
Yeah.
may
Great.
still end up needing
And he bought a house from
traditional
Diet Doctor
trabeculectomy.
in Sands Point on the water,
A Schlemm's
and he paid
canal-based
much more,
procedures
double
in
what the
general
house
will
should have
lower
gone for.
pressures
Yeah.
into the
And
15
by
to
overnight,
17 millimeter
all the housing
range.
went up,
A Zen
it doubled
will get your pressure
Sure.
lower.
because of that.
Post-op
But then came
management
this
is much
stupid
more
thing in the
complicated.
1990s
The other big
with this
thing that the
mansion
drugs
tax
do, that
that
these
dropped the price
devices
down.
do,
So we
is
had to
they
sell
will
the
lower the drug
house in
load.
Sands Point for
So
$100 million.
if you have a patient who's on
So,
3 drops and their pressure
But
is 18,
again, you didn't
and when we
lose
get
anything
done
because
doing
we
an
bought
iStent
low
or a Hydrus,
in
their
Florida.
pressure is still
Well, that's what's going to happen to
17
me.
or
I'm going to have to
18.
buy a place
But
up in
now
North
they're
New
only
Jersey,
on 1 drop a day.
and it's more expensive, like by Fort
made
Lee and places
the
like
cost
that
of
than where I live.
medications
So,
much less
Yeah.
for the patient.
but
You've
we'll
made the
decide
drug
because
load
we don't
much
need the big
less.
house, but
You've
there's no
made their
maintenance really. You know, we have
much
people cut our
better.
lawns
So
and,
that's
and
where
whatever. We have
It's the taxes
MIGS
that
excels.
was
Early
killing.
to
I don't know
moderate
what your
glaucoma,
taxes are, but
lower
ridiculous.
pressures,
$24,000 a
lowering
year
drug
on
well,
this.
regimens.
even
Don't
in
forget
our years
about
in the 1990s, it was somewhere
other
between
types
10 and
of
20,
Right.
which is
procedures.
if
Laser
the kids aren't in
procedures work
school
very
anymore,
well. So SLTs
Oh, he said.
are
Adam
very
says stop
effective.
talking.
all right, I'm going to stop talking and change.
Endocyclophotocoagulation,
Put back my hearing aid.
ECP, is something that is done at the time of surgery. There also is micropulse, ECPs procedures, and laser procedures can sometimes be combined with outflow procedures. So you could, for instance, do at the same surgery a cataract operation, an iStent with an ECP. Each of these procedures can be complementary because they all work on different aspects of the outflow system. From a co-management aftercare perspective, the iStent, the Hydrus, and the K-hook, basically you're going to treat them as if they just had cataract surgery. With ECP, there may be more of an iritis on a short-term basis, so the patient may need stronger steroids or a little bit more steroids, especially for the first week or 10 days. The Zen, as I said, is more complicated. It's usually done in sicker eyes. I would tend to say that in most cases, let the co-managing surgeon deal with it, at least in the early postoperative period. And again, slide sort of gives you an idea of where MIGS fits in the overall treatment parameter. And again, this slide just shows you all the different devices that have been devised nowadays to do this. And these are some results. And again, if you look at it, certain ones are a little better at dropping pressures, but if you look at the number of medications, they are all really good at reducing medication load. The LIGHT study was done in England, and this was done to compare the results. These are virgin, newly diagnosed glaucoma patients, and they either got randomized to getting SLTs or medications, and they were followed for 3 years. The SLT patients actually did better. It was both more cost-effective for the patient and more cost-effective to the healthcare system to treat them with an SLT as an initial treatment. So this is something to keep in mind that you should really discuss with your patients. Some patients will certainly want the drugs. They're afraid of laser, but do not be afraid of considering SLTs and doing an SLT first and then the cataract second. Cystoid macular edema is the final common pathway for a variety of insults. If it's true, Irvine gas, CME, which is CME develops 4 to 6 weeks after surgery, uncomplicated surgery, normal anatomy, different prognosis than CME related to diabetes or macular degeneration, where the prognosis is much worse. And of course, this is what it looks like. There's a histology prep on the top and an OCT image on the bottom. The incidence after modern cataract surgery, if you look at it by OCT, is somewhere between 4 to 11%. If you do clinically significant OCT, or clinically significant CME on the basis of visual acuity, it's less. It comes from the breakdown of the blood aqueous barrier and increased permeability. You get the microcysts and lamella macular holes. Risk factors for the development of CME include surgical complications such as vitreous loss and broken posterior capsule, and as we talked about earlier, retained lens fragments. Diabetic retinopathy will increase the incidence of CME. These all worsen the prognosis. Typically, the peak incidence is 4 to 6 weeks after CME, after your cataract surgery. You can often be seen on biomicroscopy with a 90 or 78 diopter lens, but most cases today are diagnosed with an OCT. If it's true Irvine gas, most cases have spontaneous resolution, although it can take several months for it to happen. Nowadays, we tend to be more aggressive and not wait, and the most effective treatment is a combination of topical steroids and topical NSAIDs. Recalcitrant cases can be treated with intravitreal steroids. Anti-VEGF agents have also been used. If there is an anatomical abnormality, such as vitreous strands incarcerated to the wound, or if there are retained lens fragments, these anatomical abnormalities need to be corrected, or the CME is going to persist. So, if your patient has had vitreous loss, what you need to be on guard for is abnormal anatomy. Vitreous is a jelly, it's sticky, it sticks to stuff, and a typical warning sign is a distorted or peaked pupil, such as what you see in this picture. You can see how that pupil is distorted till the 11 o'clock position. This is a problem because vitreous will distort the pupil, and there is a wick of vitreous that will go right up to your incision, and this wick can serve as a pathway for bacteria to get into the eye and create an endophthalmitis. One also has to be concerned about retinal issues, retinal detachments. The incidence of retinal detachments increases dramatically in the case of a broken posterior capsule and vitreous loss. If your patient has had that, I believe 4 to 6 weeks after surgery, they should be referred out.
Okay, so let me stop this movie here, and we are back. Hello, everybody, and Paul and Steve, you guys there? And Steve and Paul, you guys there?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, that was fun, Dr. Whitland's movie, but I think we have our final guest here of the day. Let me get her into the room here. And we will go from there. So
I'm muted.
All right, so she's coming on in. And Steve, that's some wallpaper you have there.
Oh, I don't know what I put up there. I'm going to change it. That was a CEwire thing. I was just playing. I was playing around during the break. I'm sorry.
That's funny.
I'll go back to A nice
There
gray screen.
There you go, nice and gray. So Roberta, are you there? I see. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. And
Okay.
Much better. How's it going?
Okay. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming out here today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Sure.
What a coincidence, Roberta.
Yes.
My family is visiting, and my son-in-law's last name is Horowitz.
Oh, I wonder if we're related.
Not
Is it spelled the same? Probably. We have one.
Did you have a Z at the end of yours, or just a?
Yes, a Z. It's Horwitz.
No,
Same,
no second O.
No second O.
Yeah, same last name.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a relation way back when.
I don't know. Did you go to PCO?
Did I go to PCO? No.
No.
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I did. I should say no. I originally went to Columbia to get an MS, but then I wanted to become a real doctor, so they gave a special course at PCO for us Columbia University graduates. In a year and a half, I got an OD from there. So we enjoyed going every Wednesday for a year and a half. PCO.
My father went to PCO.
Huh. It was
now Salis.
Yep.
Now Salis, right? Forever PCO to me.
So, I have up on the screen here, one of the reasons we asked you here today, we want to talk about color. And I'm putting up on the screen, you probably can't see it, but the folks at home can. The idea that you can use changes in color vision to detect functional problems before anything structural appears, which is kind of a neat concept.
It is.
Yep. So you can see up on the screen, I'm actually showing off Innova Systems and how all this stuff works. Maybe you could give us a little bit of background about what this is and how this works for people, at CEwire who might not be familiar with it.
So I use it as a functional test, and I use it when there are complaints or there are issues, or if I know they have cataracts or glare. I mean, glare can lead me to that test. I got the instrument just to get a little more confidence in diagnosis of an early disease, and then to refer and treat and how to treat conditions. And it just gives me another layer. Because a lot of things are structural and I had a fundus camera, an anterior video camera, and I didn't have the OCT, but I went to hear a lecture. And I looked at this instrument a couple times, and the next year I heard Jerry Sherman, and I thought, okay, I'm going to try this out. And so it's been, and it's a good track things, but.
Yep. And so in your own practice though, when do you actually use it for patients who come in? What's sort of if you could give?
Well, if I know they have diabetes, or if they're having any glare issues, which could be nighttime glare, daytime glare. If I know they've had, cataracts developing, those kinds of things.
Sure.
Now, if you have somebody who, let's say you have a glaucoma suspect, and
yes,
you still don't have an OCT, I assume.
I got that more recently. I got this instrument first. Yeah, go ahead.
So, and you have a case where the OCT is normal, visual field's normal,
Mm-hmm.
versus 24, let's say, optic nerve looks okay.
Right.
Just give you that little bit of information that you might even start treatment because you see some difference in the optic
right.
nerve.
If it's a little bit, right. So if it's a little lower in one of those, either red, green, or blue, whatever I find, then I would be a little bit more cautious and go into, deciding to treat. Just another level of,
There's going to be a yin and yang of science where eventually you function now as a head of structure in this particular
case. Be.
And then eventually structure might get better and then function gets better. So we're going to be going back and forth.
Back and forth, right. So I think, it can track over time, so I want to bring them back in 6 months or 3 months. I mean, I've had it fairly recently, this instrument, so.
No no problem getting paid with insurance? Because I know it has a CTP.
Oh, the insurance is great. Yeah. Do you want me to talk about that?
Yeah, why not? People want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, if I see everything from Medicare to commercial to Medicaid, the Medicaid patients. So, and it varies in reimbursement, but I have not usually had trouble getting reimbursed. And there's a list of codes that are put out by the Raven Cone test people. And I look to see if that's going to be something that will lead me to get reimbursed. So I get anywhere from, you want to hear how much?
Why not?
Okay, $12 to $50 some dollars.
But with no consumables, really. So that's
No,
great.
I mean, I set it up in a room that can be darkened because you do it in a darkened area, and I have a small room. And my assistant I'll say, we need to do this test. And we trained her. You want to know how, within an hour or two, practicing and everything. So she takes care of the test, and then I come in and look at it with the patient. So it's fairly easy to train somebody. It literally takes 5 minutes to do the test.
Great.
And then we go in, and then I spend talking to a patient about it. And I have seen very little rejection of that test being reimbursed. So
It's amazing how we were just talking to Zeiss about OCT angiography and how that's not, even though it's so scientific, and other things like, lipoflow, etc. But the science is good behind this, so why not? And,
I think the science is really reliable. I mean, they spent a long time developing it, so it gave me a set of, it was confidence. And then when I heard the lecture and his confidence in it, I thought, well, he's ahead of that, curve. And so I will jump in because I couldn't afford the OCT at the time. So I wanted another level of confidence. And I wanted to explore, what is this all about?
Sounds reasonable.
It seemed reasonable, and it has been. And there was a good return on the investment, I can tell you.
Yep. And good support.
The time could probably in a lot of practices be paid back within a year.
Yep.
Or less, depending on how busy people are. But during the pandemic,
That doesn't even include your 179 election if you took it or something like that. The tax savings from just buying equipment. It's great.
Right. A tax save, for people. So I think it's a good it's a good instrument to use. People are impressed. Patients are impressed by the fact that we've added another something. I don't have a lot of technology, but I have some, and they're not getting that apparently in other places.
I think a lot of
people coming back, and it's a level of confidence and something else to discuss with the patient. And even in just, cataract, when to have the cataract surgery, it may be, rather than just their input, you have something you can track. I go, look, the lines are going down. It's going into because there's a zone of normal, if people don't know that. And then there's maybe a little bit of questionable, and then there's into the red zone. So you can sort of get an idea of what's happening.
Yes, I put the report up on the page so people can actually take a look and see sort of how it looks, and it's pretty simple to interpret the graph. Yeah, so it's got lines.
Really simple. It's really simple to administer. It may be frustrating for some patients who have some decrease in their cones, obviously, but nobody says, "Oh, that was an awful test."
Right.
They complain about being dilated or whatever, but not much else.
Right. And in terms of actually getting up to speed with it, when you purchased it, was it a pretty quick setup? Did the company come in for a day and show you how to use it, or how does that work?
The company didn't, but she did it online.
Sure.
Did it a lot of online. And then there were webinars that have been developed over the last years. And now the most recent ones with Professor Davi have been really useful because we're getting more into cases and other people's experiences and his, lecture. I think that's very useful too.
Yeah, and he's actually giving a talk for us here at CEwire about it too, which is pretty cool.
Right, he's very good.
Yeah.
So, that should help practitioners out here understand it a lot better, and he can answer questions from a clinician, professorial point of view.
Exactly. And his is actually one of the last lectures tonight. I'll put it up on the screen so people can see the schedule, so they can see raising the bar in disease management using cone contrast testing.
Yeah.
So this
Right.
evening at 7 p.m. Eastern. So hopefully
And
people
you,
will
and
tune
you
in.
don't, yeah, and you don't have to know the intricacies of all of this. What's the you'll learn as you go along, and you don't have to know that kind of, to the nth degree of science. You can just jump in and see where you are and
Yeah,
use it. A lot of people have OCT. I think it's a good backup too.
it's input output. You get the output. Something's wrong. You know how to
Yeah.
do it. You don't have to know what's happening in the microscopic level of the cellular level.
Yep.
Right. And it's in many, many conditions,
Mhm.
Yep.
So if you have, I have a patient who had drusen on the OCT. So I said, well, let's see how your cone is. And the cones were good. We can track it over time. Maybe I'll bring her in and I start her on something, a nutraceutical, and then we can see over time it maybe, and if things change, then you know, right?
Mhm.
What to do. So it's better management, because I think the philosophy is to catch things early, like everything in medicine and medical is to catch things at an earlier stage. So they live a long time with good vision, as opposed to, losing sight earlier. And, I want their eyes to outlast their.
Paul was talking about a couple of hours ago that people in the 50s didn't live that long, so they weren't getting macular degeneration. They weren't getting glaucoma advanced.
Right. But now, and we're also having I have patients that have lived long enough to have their implants dislocate.
Wow.
I know. I have a patient in her 90s who had it, I don't know how many years ago. And she said she drove over one day. Not that this is relevant to the content, but I saw like a white fibrous material. I go, what is, and there's a surgeon in Pittsburgh where I'm from. And he said he's seen a lot of this because people are living longer,
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Hopefully these things have a warranty, right? People are.
Yeah.
I'm a couple of years older than you. I remember a time when they only did implants on people in their 70s and 80s, late 70s and 80s. This was back in the early 80s because they were afraid they wouldn't last long.
Right.
So and now so I know people that have had implants in their 50s. So it's another thing to look at.
That's amazing. All right.
I have another thing to worry about.
Don't worry. No, don't worry. Just live your life to the fullest.
If you have to worry,
people that can look at you.
If you have that to worry about, that's a good thing because
yeah, that's true.
Well, listen, I've had my implants for at least 10 years, so we'll see.
This woman had it a lot longer.
Right. Oh my gosh. Well, Roberta, thank you so much for being here today. And I'm gonna urge everyone actually to see Dr. DeVay's lecture as well tonight too.
Yes.
Thank you for perspective.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I hope that helps.
All right. Well, have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Be well.
It's good technology for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, it's coming up to that time where I think what we're going to do is log off here for the day. And if people are continuing to watch the live stream, they're going to get it looped around again. So they'll be seeing this from the beginning. So, yeah. So it's been so far so
good. Hanging up.
Well, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to just, for today, we're going to kill it. And then tomorrow morning, we'll pick up again with a bunch more interviews and things. The system's running smoothly. We had a little bit of a glitch earlier for just a few minutes, but that's been it. Other than that, everything's fine. And we'll go from there. So everybody, I hope everyone has had fun today, and